Welcome to Rob and Tony's Cinematic Adventure. I'm Rob Wilson.
And I am Tony the Quano.
So, Tony, let's conclude our Lord of the Rings trilogy
Let's conclude it.
with.
I'm kind of sad that we're concluding this.
I am too. I am too.
I've
Because
thoroughly enjoyed going back to watch the movies again. I've thoroughly enjoyed diving deep in the movies with you again.
so have I.
But it's not over because we still have this whole movie to go through.
Yes,
So
we have this whole movie called The Return of the King to go through, and it's a big one.
it is a big one. If you haven't noticed already by the other two movies.
So yes, this will of course be another two-parter for anyone wondering, because we are talking about the extended cut, which the extended cut of The Return of the King clocks in at just under 4.5 hours.
Yes.
Now that's including credits. That's including the credits at the end, where they once again add all the fan club members and all that. So it adds a lot of time to the credits.
I think it's a touch over 4 hours.
Yes, a touch over 4 hours without the credits. So
it's an epic movie.
yes, it is.
It's appropriately epic.
Yes. So yeah. So this will be part one of another two-parter. So yeah.
But thank you for bearing with us through all of it, because we appreciate it.
I hope you've been enjoying these extended Lord of the Rings episodes. These jam-packed, jumbo-sized episodes.
It's been enjoyable to talk about them.
It's been very enjoyable to talk about them. And yes, it is sad that this is the last one. That
it is. And
but
I feel like I've almost kind of relived these movies for the first time. But go ahead.
Me too. But yeah, who knows? Maybe someday we'll come back and revisit some of the movies that we've talked about in the past. Maybe, if we have a different opinion on them, or we have more that we want to add to a discussion.
More that we add,
maybe we can come back and, do another episode.
Retrospectively look at it and do another episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
But it also means we can still watch these movies whenever we want.
Oh, we will watch them.
And we can still talk about them whenever we want. It just won't always be on, while we're mic'd up.
Right. And they're re-releasing these in theaters very shortly.
Yes, they are.
And
I plan on seeing them. I plan on seeing them in the theater.
Along with the movie that we'll be discussing the week they come out. So,
Yep. So,
but they're well worth the time to go back to watch again and again and again.
Yes, they are.
I never tire of watching these movies.
Neither do I.
Returning to Middle Earth is just, it's a treat.
4 hours. It's a 4 hours that really, it's enjoyable. It's an enjoyable 4 hours.
I was thinking about that, because
some movies that are that long are just, you dread getting through them. They drag on and whatever. And in this one,
they do.
I mean, you look forward to watching it. You're just wanting to make sure that you have enough time to watch it all in one sitting.
Right. Well, that's what happened to me, right? Especially for Return of the King. It's like, I just, different circumstances came up and I wasn't able to watch it all in one sitting, but then I was able to go ahead and watch it again. And I was just shocked how quickly it seemed like, I'm already at the 3 hour mark.
Yeah.
How did that happen? There's a lot that happens in these movies, and they fit it all in all three of the movies, all three of the movies.
Yeah.
And they do it so well, the pacing, and there's not moments where it just drags and you're like, oh, okay.
And hey, and if we want to return to Middle Earth on the podcast, maybe someday we'll do the Hobbit movies.
There's always the Hobbit movies, which I do want to touch on them again briefly. Not yet. I think there's important aspects that we can kind of discuss about them, because they do fill in certain aspects of things.
Yeah, they do.
That because anyway, because if especially if you're not aware of the universe. And the first time you watch these movies, like you might have certain questions about some of these other cultures and peoples that they do fill in more than what this trilogy does. But we can kind of discuss that shortly. So, but yes, we can always discuss the Hobbit movies. In particular, we discussed this in the first episode that, you know, we enjoyed them for what they were. Are they great? No. Um, are they unfairly maligned? Possibly. I mean, I definitely understand and I'm with there with some of the criticism of them.
Yeah.
Um,
But
I
also, I
would have
mean,
preferred it to be one movie or two shorter movies, but still.
yeah. I mean, it was a bit much for turning one book into three movies.
Yes.
But, I mean, it's still, it's still part of the Middle Earth universe, right? It's still part of all this. And Martin Freeman's
Ian McKellen was
great
back.
in there. Ian McKellen,
he was back with his big gray beard and big pointy hat. Martin Freeman is terrific as Bilbo.
Mm-hmm.
You will believe that he becomes Ian Holm later in life.
Yeah.
Right? So, but yeah, it's there's good stuff in there. So yeah, maybe one day we'll do one. Maybe not all of them, but at least do one of them. We'll see. We'll figure that out.
See. Now, if we do all three of them, we may not do all three of them like in a row, like we are with Lord of the Rings trilogy.
No, I don't think we would do it how we did this. Yes, I would agree with that. But yeah, so it's Return of the King, and this was the third of the trilogy, right? Which came out in December of 2003. And at this point when this came out, obviously expectations were sky high because the first did so well, and then people were wondering, okay, can the second do well? And the second did really well. It's like, okay, now I gotta conclude this trilogy. Like everyone was waiting for the epic conclusion, and that the trailer sold it really, really well, bringing everything together. I remember actually seeing a sneak peek of not the final trailer, but there was a kind of a rough cut of an initial teaser that was never actually released, which is actually footage that did not make it to the theatrical cut, but did make it into the extended cut. And yeah, they do such a great job building up to this grand finale. And again, like I saw Two Towers 9 times in the theater. I got the DVD and then I got the extended edition when that came out and just kept watching them and just kept waiting and waiting and waiting for December of 2003. And it's funny looking back at it. It feels like there's multiple years of, obviously there were multiple years, but it felt like there was more than just waiting for Two Towers and just waiting for Return of the King. I felt like there was more waiting than that and what there actually was. And yeah, it was, we discussed the Midnight Experience previously.
Yeah.
So we don't need to go there again.
But I mean, I probably remember the midnight showing of this one better than I remember the other ones. Because yes, of course I did see the midnight show.
Yes.
But yeah, this one I was sitting in the back row because again, back then there were very few theaters that had assigned seating. So it's kind of just you get there and you get what you get.
Yep, and you don't get upset.
We were waiting outside in line for hours.
Hours.
This one.
Yep.
Got in there, theater filled up except like the last row. So my friends and I got a seat in the last row. And I just have very fond memories of watching this movie in the theater in that midnight show.
Me too. So I saw this one 10 times in the theater. I upped each one by one. I was so excited because you want to see how it ends. And again, you get the feeling, this is going to be the end. You're going to be kind of sad that's all over. It's not going to happen again. You're not going to have that
Hmm.
first
Yeah.
experience. Not going to have a next one to wait for,
Yeah.
right? But no, it was yeah, the midnight showing for this was great also. And like you said, and like it's it was obviously longer. The first two were just shy of
Did we
three
see
hours.
this one together?
This one was clocking in closer to 3.5. What was that?
Did we see this one together, the Midnight Show?
We should have been there together for this one.
I think we
Yes.
did. I think we were part of the same group.
Yes, I think so. I don't think we were part of the same group of the Two Towers.
I don't think so
midnight
either, but I
showing.
think for Return of the King, I think we did see it together.
Because I remember that one, Tim's dog got loose beforehand. Because a bunch of us were there at his parents' house. We're eating pizza, getting ready to go, and someone opened the door, and the dog shot out the door into the night. But yeah,
Happened a
so yeah,
lot
we were
with
there
Tim's
together
dog.
for Return of the King, and yes, it did. Especially at that point, it was a puppy. They had just gotten
Yeah.
a puppy,
Before he went blind.
so
He didn't run off too much after he went blind.
no, thankfully.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
He was a good dog, though.
yeah, no, there's just something about all that experience, right? The back row, dark theater, popcorn, nachos, and just yeah, just that the eager anticipation.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew like this, it's going to bring everything to a close, right? It's not going to leave you on any sort of edge. Was it going to be some surprise? Oh wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, this one has a pretty definitive end.
Yes, it does. Even though the story does go on,
Yep.
but this part of the story has a very definitive end.
Mm-hmm.
And appropriately
Yes.
ends too. And,
Yes.
there'll be a lot made. There's been a lot made the last 20 years about the many endings of this movie,
Mm-hmm.
which we'll discuss.
Yep.
But I mean, all of them are earned. Like,
Yes.
I get the joke. It is a kind of a funny joke that there's multiple endings to this, but again, how do you appropriately wrap up a movie
we have all
that's
these
essentially
different storylines.
Yeah, I mean, the three movies together, once you add in the extended footage, are like it's a 12-hour movie.
Mm-hmm.
So like you have to appropriately wrap up a lot of
Yeah.
elements that you've been talking about the last 3 years.
Yeah. There's a lot of
And
loose
then-
ends that need tying.
In terms of the book, right? It's a 1,000-page book. There's a lot to tie up there.
Mm-hmm.
And the book actually has more.
Yes. Yes. It does.
If this had stayed true to the book, there probably would have been a fourth movie.
It probably would have been. Yeah.
But we'll discuss what that is. We've alluded to it before back in
Mhm.
Fellowship of the Ring.
Yep.
But
yeah.
the stuff that happens.
We may talk a little bit more about
It's
that.
I mean, it's an appropriate cut.
Yeah.
I get people again. I get why the purists are upset about it, but
But at the same time, it kind of makes for a better movie without it. With that cut.
yes. So, but we'll discuss that later.
Yep.
But yeah, it's it came out, and again, people just making sure they want to make sure the movie would stick the landing. It stuck the landing, and it was a massive hit, and it did well, right? Because I was thinking this was true, so I needed to look it up again this evening before we as we were signing on here, and that's not what I was looking for right here. So, it was the highest grossing film with 2003, highest
Mhm.
grossing film of the series. And it did so well that like each movie did better than the previous, right? Which isn't always the case when you get the trilogies. Even, you know, especially being so close together where you don't have such a disparate in terms of like ticket sales or
Hmm.
ticket prices, right? It's one thing to look at, say a movies that are released 10 years apart, right? Where ticket prices go higher. But
Yeah.
these are, 1 year apart from each other.
And it also swept or came close to sweeping the Oscars, didn't it? Like, didn't it?
It did sweep the
It
Oscars. That was
did. Yeah, I was gonna
the
say,
other
didn't
thing.
it win everything it was nominated for?
Yes, and I was trying to think like did it miss out on anything that was nominated for? And I was thinking screenplay, but then I recalled that it was actually that did win for best screenplay. So I was thinking maybe it missed on that. So it in terms of that distinction, right? Uh so it was the 76th Oscars. It was nominated for 11 Academy Awards, and then it won 11. And so it's the highest total along with Titanic and Ben-Hur.
The
Now,
remake?
unlike those two, no.
It's not the Ben-Hur remake from a few years ago.
No. Excuse me. But those two did not have clean sweeps. Titanic was nominated for something like 14. Ben-Hur was around that total also.
Okay, but they didn't win
So the
everything.
other two movies that had big clean sweeps like that were Gigi and The Last Emperor. Both of those were nominated for 9.
Okay.
It was the first fantasy film to win the Academy Award as well. But since we're talking about that clean sweep, right? We might as well talk about its wins. And one
All
of
well
them
deserved
is
wins.
obvious.
Every one of them
Yeah,
well
all,
deserved.
all well deserved. So it's one of the few like trilogies to actually win best visual effects for each movie. Which I mean, come on, yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean,
yeah, the visual effects in these movies are amazing. Weta
obviously, Best
did a hell
Picture.
of a job.
Peter Jackson was finally able to win Best Director, won Best Screenplay, Best Art Direction, Best Costume Design, Best Film Editing, Best Makeup, Best Original Score, Best Original Song, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Visual Effects. So, also won four Golden Globes, 5 BAFTAs, 2 MTV Movie Awards, 2 Grammy Awards, 9 Saturn Awards, the New York Film Critics Circle Award for Best Picture, the Nebula Award for Best Script, and the Hugo Award for Best Dramatic Presentation Long Form.
Hmm.
So, a note also of a little Academy Award tidbit history, not tidbits, I guess, but trivia, is it is the has the longest title of any Best Picture winner in terms of words, but also in terms of number of characters.
All right. The Lord of the
So
Rings, The Return of the
everything,
King.
everywhere, all at once has come close to it, but
Mm-hmm.
in terms of letters, right? But yes, that still holds a title on that.
All right.
So if anyone's ever at an Oscar trivia night at the local bar and says
Mm-hmm.
which movie has the longest, most letters, in
Yeah.
that won Best Picture, well,
Or,
it's Return of the King.
radio contest. Enjoy that concert. Enjoy those concert tickets. You're welcome.
That's right. You can thank. You're welcome. Hope you like Kenny G or whatever, whatever concert you're going to. No, I'm not sure why I picked Kenny G, but
Because it's almost like Enya.
yes. But also of historical note, because we should be talking about this, is that it was the second film to cross $1 billion in global box office.
All right.
So Titanic was the first. Titanic still grossed more than Return of the King.
And I mean,
right?
Titanic was
Now
also
other movies have surpassed it.
Titanic was also 97 money.
Yes.
So The dollar was worth a little bit more than it is now.
Return of the King has helped Lord of the Rings. Yeah, so there we go.
Movie tickets were cheaper.
They were. No, what's always interesting about this, I mean, both of them though, is like these movies are over 3 hours. They're over 3 hours long. Like,
Yeah, each of them.
You know, it's, it's hard to get the even then to get the screen space to compare it to a movie that's only 2 hours.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah. Numerous accolades. Oh, I'm sorry. It was the second film series whose entries have all won best visual effects.
Okay.
The original Star Wars trilogy also.
Okay,
so,
yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
New Hope, Empire, and Jedi all won best visual effects. So all three Jurassic Parks did not win best visual effects.
No. They did not. For some reason, they were
Temple of Doom, I guess,
like overly harsh on Jurassic Park 3. I enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Jurassic Park 3.
That one too.
It was fun.
It was a fun movie.
It's not nearly as good as the first one. None of them are nearly as good as the first one. No. But 3 was very.
The first one
I enjoyed it.
Firmly established itself as an absolute classic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But yeah, 3 gets unfairly maligned. It's a fun popcorn B monster movie.
Yeah.
It doesn't take itself seriously. Yeah. I like that part.
And
I like that about
it. It's got velociraptors with crazy hair. They got like mohawks and whatnot.
Got Michael Jeter. It's got William H. Macy, Tia Leone. I mean, come on. We got. Anyhow, maybe one day we'll do Jurassic Park 3.
Maybe we will.
I don't know.
But right now we're talking about Return of the King.
Return of the King, and yeah, it lived everything up to the hype that I was hoping for. And again, I didn't know what to expect in these, so I was eagerly awaiting what was going to happen. I knew one major set piece that was going to happen in it, which they showed briefly in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this big set piece that was cut from the Two Towers book and then placed into the movie here.
Yep.
So
you know that Mount Doom is going to make an appearance.
Mount Doom is definitely going to make an appearance in this.
Doom.
I mean, you've been talking about Mount Doom. It's supposed to be going towards Mount Doom. It would be a big letdown if Mount Doom doesn't show up in this movie.
I know, right? They get there and like, where's Mount Doom? It disappeared.
It's just a little anthill now.
It's Mount Happy Unicorn Farts now.
Mount Doom does not disappoint in this movie.
No, Mount Doom does not disappoint in this movie.
It is appropriately doomful.
It is. It is appropriately doomful. It's very worthy of the name Mount Doom.
No. And we still have a little precipice that's there that we saw way back at the beginning when Elrond just could have accidentally nudged Isildur into the fires.
Or purposefully shoved him. Either way. The ring would have been destroyed 3,000 years ago.
Yes. And, we wouldn't have a movie, but hey, Gondor would be at peace.
Mm-hmm.
Rohan's at peace.
There wouldn't have been 3,000 years of suffering in Middle-earth.
Hobbits are still enjoying their pipe weed.
Uh-huh. Yep. Getting high with their big-ass feet.
Denethor likely isn't the Stewart.
Yeah.
Dwarves are still appropriately mining.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But hey, no, that didn't happen. We got an epic movie instead.
Gollum would still be Smeagol?
He would have
still been Smeagol.
He would be dead by the time 3,000 years later.
He would be dead by the time that, but
he would not have gotten the unnatural long life from the ring.
Yes, but he wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been 3,000 years ago because he got it 2,500 years later.
You got 2,500. Yeah, so it would have been 2,500 years later.
Yeah,
Smeagol would have still been Schmiegel,
Mm-hmm.
and he would have been Schmiegel
Yeah.
with Deagle.
He would have lived
Happily
his life
fishing.
as Smeagol. And yeah.
Gandalf would still have his big pointy hat.
Big pointy hat.
And all is good. But no, we still get Mount Doom, obviously. And we talked about how uh Two Towers is a movie where just sadness permeates over the entire movie. Right? Fellowship is a journey.
Yes.
Right? It's a journey. It's full of danger and adventure. There is sadness that happens in it at different points. But right, Two Towers, it's sadness, right?
Yes.
There's still journeys that happen, but a lot of that is almost on pause in some ways. Return of the King is just full on epic.
Yes.
War
This one,
movie.
Yeah. So the first one is a journey. The second one is full of sadness. This one has a good deal of hope in it.
It does. I love the sprinkles of hope throughout this movie. Like there is like times of this despair, but there is still hope permeating under all of it.
Yeah.
And even it's almost like a hope, even though it seems like it all is lost. The hope is the better truth to hang on to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Than to give in to to give in to the darkness. And there are some scenes that are gut punches that are sad in this movie.
Yes.
Right? But it's a different sadness that just permeates. Like there's just a sense of loss just hangs over all the Two Towers. You don't have that here, right? There's hope, and it's just again, it's epic, and it's a full-scale war movie, essentially.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes. There are multiple battles in this movie.
yes. And even like it takes a while before they happen, but like it's gearing up towards it the entire time. They don't sugarcoat that at all. Like no, like battle, no, like war is gonna happen. It's inevitable. It's just where, and we would discover where kind of quickly.
Plus, I mean, it's just your classic good versus evil.
Yes, it is. I like it. Yes,
Your
it's the classic
black and white,
evil.
good versus evil. Not really much of a gray area there.
No.
You know which side you're rooting for.
The giant spider?
Yes. Yes.
Not to spoil anything yet, but
you know what they should have done with the giant spider with Shelob? They should have sent John Goodman in there after it.
He sort of stepped on it. It's like, oops, might still have a little bit on the bottom of my shoe here if you want to inspect any of it. You see what happens? You see what happens, Sheila?
I was thinking arachnophobia rather than Big Lebowski, but that works too. Big Lebowski works too. Just send Walter in there with a crowbar or with a tire iron.
Oh gosh, we could just put John Goodman from either one of those movies, just any discourse, and it's gonna fit. What a treasure!
Yep,
he's an absolute treasure.
Yes, he is.
We haven't done a John Goodman movie in a while.
The last John Goodman movie we did was Fallen, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we haven't done many. We'll rectify that eventually.
Yeah. He's in some good stuff, so we'll be doing some more John Goodman stuff in the future.
But yeah, the good and the evil it's very, very clear. And the title is also clear, right? The Return of the King. Right? It's not the, it's not
What?
the
What?
destruction of the ring,
Yeah.
right?
No.
It's not the journey to Mount Doom.
No. Because they're already
Return of the King.
they've been on the journey to Mount Doom since the first one. So
That's right.
the arrival at Mount Doom.
The crack of doom.
It's funny that they call it the crack of doom.
We all know about anyway. No, it's yeah. No, I mean obviously it's gonna be talking about, Aragorn, who we've
Wait, he's the king that's returning?
discussed as the I guess.
Aragorn?
Am I wrong?
Aragorn, the heir of Isildur? He's the one that's returning?
that ranger that was just sitting back at the prancing pony, smoking.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. I had no idea he was the next in line for the throne. They didn't mention that at all in the other two movies.
And I guess the title kind of gives it away that he returns. Now, I mean, what that? I guess you could take that to mean multiple different things.
Where'd he go? We've been following him this whole trilogy. Where's he returning from?
But no, I mean, it's an important point, right? Because we're going to be spending this time now in Gondor. Now, we we have spent some time with Gondorians.
Yes.
In the Two Towers.
We get some brief glimpses of Gondor and Fellowship. I was
going to say, we spent a very brief amount of time at the beginning of Fellowship.
When Gandalf went to the library.
When Gandalf visits the library. What's fun about that scene, too, though, is that when they filmed that during most of the filming for Return of the King, right? They didn't film everything chronologically, but, they more or less did, right? But,
I mean,
and one of the things that was out of place is that they filmed that scene where he is visiting the archives in Minas Tirith during when they're filming most of the scenes for Return of the King.
Which would make sense because they would want to do it while they have the Gondor
Ian
sets
McKellen.
up.
Exactly. So Ian McKellen took off his white robes, put on his gray robe, got his gray beard, his big pointy hat, and filmed that scene again.
Now, why didn't he have a big pointy hat that was white when he became Gandalf the White?
I know. He could have a big pointy white hat.
You could have.
Who says he can't?
You know what?
Just because Saruman does.
Maybe it's good that he doesn't have a big pointy white hat.
Oh wait, yes, I could see the disadvantage of that.
Maybe it's a good thing he doesn't have it.
I mean, granted that probably not a thing in Middle Earth.
Yeah, but
still,
it's a thing on regular Earth.
Unfortunately, it is a thing that exists in our world.
Yeah,
so it's best not to.
Especially when the leader of that group is called the Grand Wizard. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing he doesn't have a big white pointy hat.
Yeah, I think they made a good call. Now I think the Blue Wizards, hey, big blue pointy hat. Yes. You look like Merlin,
like Radagast, a big brown pointy hat.
Looks like Mr. Hanky.
Howdy-ho!
Yeah. So
it's funny because Radagast has bird poop in his hair.
Yes. Just I can't help but think of Forrest Gump and how he's named after a clan. Sometimes you just do things that, well, they just don't make no sense. That's right, Forrest. Listen to your mama. Listen to Sally Field.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah. And we won't just spend time in Gondor. We spent a lot of time in Gondor, specifically Minas Tirith, the White City, which has been alluded to multiple times.
Yes.
But we'll spend time back in Rohan as well. We spend some time in other just odd locations. Like I think this is one of the movies where you really get Peter Jackson's skill set can really kind of it was able to be leaned into.
Hmm.
Um,
We get some good action
and
in
then we get to
Pelennor
actually
Fields.
yes, a little more time in Osgiliath, which again that's technically part of the Kingdom of
Hmm.
Gondor.
We get a little bit of
But we
time in
also get
Rivendell.
this Rivendell, yep. But then we also get to spend a lot of time in Mordor.
Hmm.
And then,
Yeah, like
or
in
other
like in
just
Mordor
other
proper, like in Mordor rather than the
yes,
outskirts of
actually
Mordor.
in Mordor. As we're also spending time just on the periphery of Mordor and other dark places.
Hmm.
And we can kind of discuss that because the movie doesn't get into it, but there's a lot of locations that where the Sam and Frodo visit that used to be part of Gondor,
Hmm.
but Mordor has overtaken it over
Yep.
time.
Yep.
So, it's kind of goes back to what we're talking about is, you know, Boromir and Denethor, they talk about the glory of Gondor, but for either one of them, they wouldn't even really
Yeah,
know
they
the true
wouldn't
glory
know
of
it. Yeah,
Gondor.
because they aren't 3,000 years
I
old.
mean,
They aren't
so,
Elrond. They weren't there 3,000 years ago.
and they talk about the line being broken, right? I mean, the line's been broken for a little over 1,000 years. Like the line did continue after Isildur,
Hmm.
but like again, it's uh so you put it in biblical terms because Tolkien very much had biblical ideas on his mind when you take a look at the kingdom of Israel, right?
Hmm.
You have David and Solomon, right? They're the kings and they have the glory of the kingdom of Israel and the temple and all that, right? But then during Solomon, right? Like the kingdom splits and the kings kind of continue, but all the kings after that were kind of crap
Hmm.
until they go off into exile and the line ends. But does it? There's still heirs out there, just like
Yeah.
there's the heir still out there that will come back as the return of the king, right? But you get glimpses of that hope. We'll hit the moments where they start showing those moments of hope. Because, the beginning of the movie, you have Sam and Frodo also just wandering around the countryside of like Gondor, going towards these steps that Gollum talked about in the second movie. And they're just seeing, we'll talk about how they see the ruins of the splendor of Gondor. So, and eventually, no, we might get back to the Shire, right? We cover a lot of ground in this movie.
Hmm.
And granted, they cover a lot of ground in the Fellowship also. I mean, they go from the Shire all the way to Gondor, essentially, the edges of Gondor.
Yeah.
So Two Towers is a little bit more
Well,
contained.
the edges of Rohan.
Yeah,
Not
they
quite
go all
the
the way down the
Gondor.
river. Yeah. So I mean, there's a and we're gonna. I mean, we encountered some other races, not races, but other kingdoms of men in Two Towers, and we'll get more into them here in Return of the King. I mean, there's a much broader sense of the map than kind of what we've contained ourselves to in the movie so far.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and then what we bring most of the cast back, right? Um, Two Towers doesn't have any significant character deaths. Um, unlike Fellowship, right, where Boromir falls, Gandalf falls, but then Two Towers
Yeah.
reintroduces
Gandalf.
Gandalf, but now he's Gandalf the White.
Hmm.
And then introduced a whole other kind of cast of characters, like Wormtongue and Eormor Theoden, Eowyn, right? And um, all of them are going to be back, some larger than others. Wormtongue is very minimal in uh, Return of the King.
Yeah, he's really just
Um,
like so. Yeah, Saruman and Wormtongue really only appear in the extended cut of Return of the King.
yes, but it would have been larger if it would have stayed true to what the books were,
Yes,
right?
yes,
But um, I'm glad. I mean, there's scenes one actually I think one of the most crucial additions that they add into
yes.
the extended editions,
Yeah,
because it is kind of important.
yeah. I mean,
And
especially with the way that they left their characters in Two Towers.
yes, so I'll discuss a little bit more of it when we
Yeah,
get
when
there
we
because it
get
happens
there.
early in the movie.
But yeah,
Um, but yeah, I mean the way they left the character Two Towers, right? Saruman's just out on his deck. He's like,
just hanging out in
oh,
Northank while everything's
like,
flooding.
it's like I didn't take the answer. I didn't take the answer to get that pissed off. Wormtongue is still nursing his hunchback and getting bitch slapped by Aragorn and Theoden.
Yeah,
Right? Still stinks of horse. So, they're in it briefly. Um, and Sean Bean does make another appearance in this movie. Very, very briefly.
yep.
And really, in the theatrical cut, as we discussed in Two Towers, he was not in that. He was in the
Extended cut.
extended edition cut, the extended cut. The major addition that would have been to Return of the King at the time would have been John Noble's character,
Yes, Denethor,
who'd been alluded to many times.
Yes, because of the scene that was added in the extended cut of Two Towers, he was actually introduced in that movie.
We have already gone over him.
We have met him. But yes, originally in the theatrical cuts, Return of the King was when he was introduced.
Now, there are a couple other characters that are new to the movie. And it's funny because like the book Return of the King actually has a bunch of others that spend time with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli.
Yep.
But they get completely dropped.
Yep.
In this, which is fine. But we have a few.
None of them were really as important of characters as Tom Bombadil.
No.
Yeah. In Fellowship. But so I mean they were easier to drop than he was. Not that they don't play an important role, but they
they play they play an important role in the books, but they don't play it such an important role that they don't need it.
I mean,
for the movie,
it's easy to pass their importance off to other characters for the movie.
It would have been kind of cluttered to have them in the books, I think. I mean, in the movie. And then they have to kind of go into the extra time of explaining who they are. And then you're just really spending a lot of time, there's some dramatic effect that works better for the movie, just being the three of them. So, and we'll get there also. Lawrence Bocore comes back. The guy that played Lurtz in Fellowship, plays a particular two characters in this. He plays an important orc commander who is probably the ugliest orc in the entire trilogy. But we also we finally get one of the Nazgul has lines. Yeah. And he gets to voice those lines. But there's another important character in here that is more of a visual, I guess, and he does the lines, is the King of the Dead. So, spoiler alert, there's a character in this movie called the King of the Dead.
Yes, there is a character called the King of the Dead.
And that's Paul Norrell plays him. And this is why I'm glad we're bringing him up. So, he was in several episodes of Power Rangers, right? He played in several different characters in Xena and in Hercules.
Wait, in Xena Warrior Princess?
I love his character names
here. Hercules: The Legend Continues.
Oh, yes. So
Hercules'
his
Legendary
character name
Journeys.
Hercules,
Is that what else?
the legendary
Hercules' Legendary
Hercules,
Journeys.
the Legendary Journeys.
Yeah.
All right. So his character
I
name in
was
season
thinking,
2 of that
I
was
was thinking
Falafel.
Falafel. Wow.
Yes. All right. So he also reprises his role as Falafel in season 3, except for
Falafel.
one episode where he plays Croissant.
What? Falafel and croissant?
And then season 5, he plays Falafel again 3 more times, except for one episode where he plays Falafel the second.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Falafel had a son? Wow. Wow.
I I knew we were going to spend some time on the King of the Dead. I didn't realize we'd spend that much time talking about Paul Norrell, and I'm glad we have here, because of his experience in Hercules, the Legendary Journey. So, apparently he also was actually played one of the Easterlings in the Two Towers. So he had taken time there too. Oh, he was also in Young Hercules.
Well, of course. I mean, if he was in Hercules, then he would also be in Young Hercules, I would imagine. Because as an important character as Falafel is, I mean, maybe Falafel is from Young Hercules and Falafel the Second is from Hercules: The Legendary Journey.
That's a good point. I like how there's a bunch of characters here just listed as featured orc.
Yeah, I love that. Featured orc. Featured child. That's another one.
Yes. So the other character that's kind of new here that has a very limited role is Irolos, played by Ian Hughes, who is an important member in Gondor. But he is kind of takes on the role of a far more important character in the book. It's probably a Baragon. He was probably one of the largest excisions of this character is from Return of the King.
Yeah.
And we can kind of discuss who that is later. His role here, he has a few lines in here at important parts of the movie, but so not as many in terms of the new characters in this as opposed to Two Towers. But we do get Ian Holm again.
Yes, we do.
Ian Holm was not featured in Two Towers, but we do have him again here in Return of the King.
Yes.
Everybody else comes back. We still have Kate
Holm.
Blanchett as Gladriel. Elrond is still in this, right? Arwen is still in this. So our cast of characters
for the movies, they really expanded Arwen's part because she was
very much.
She was not in a lot of the books.
No, she's not. I mean, she's barely mentioned in the book. She's mostly in the appendices.
Yeah.
I mean, she gets mentioned really, actually, at the end of the books. Right? So, kind of the one of the scenes that happens is kind of, yeah. So, yeah, she's greatly expanded, which is fine. I know people get up in arms about that, but I don't know. I think it's good to kind of, I mean, considering that he is going to marry her eventually.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to have the time with the character. It's
good to kind of have a little bit of that romance angle. It gives you a little bit of a rooting interest also for Aragorn. Right? You know, he has this love, right?
Yeah. I mean, it
brings some drama into it.
Gives you a reason why he keeps turning down Eowyn.
Yeah, well, right. There's the other thing about that too, is that he keeps turning her down. It's like, dude, why is he being such a dick to Eowyn? She seems so. I mean, I get that you can't make stew, but
I know,
seriously.
but there are other things to eat other than stew.
And he really got that start. That's if he's really that starving, he could just dial up Samwise and like, hey Sam.
It's like, hey, yeah, make me some potatoes.
Plus, he's king. Like, I'm sorry. Like at that point, the queen shouldn't even have
No.
to
Yeah,
cook anyway.
exactly. You should have like a kitchen full of cooks.
And given how good they are at healing in Gondor, I imagine they could probably cook something pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
If they have to, they're right next to. Well, I guess at that point, the Mountain of Fire no longer exists. They can't use that as like a hot stove,
Well, I
as a
mean,
hot plate.
Mount Doom does still exist.
Well, true.
I mean, it's a volcano.
Yeah. So we, we do get Celeborn back in this movie as well,
Yes, we do.
right? So
Yes, we do.
very very briefly in this, but he does make an appearance again in it. Um, Maldrol was the other character that was kind of new at the end of Two Towers that's hanging out in Osgiliath. So he's back in this. John Bach plays him, right? We get Sean Astin's daughter in this movie,
Yes, we do.
playing
Briefly.
his own daughter.
Well,
Spoiler alert, he has a daughter.
yes, Sean Astin does have a daughter.
Who else was going to say? Yeah, obviously Legolas and Pippin, they're all back. Gamling's back in this.
Gollum is back.
Gimli. We don't get, we even get Treebeard's back in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's not in it long, but Treebeard is in this movie.
Yes, he is.
You get the voice of the ring. We get an herbalist.
And we get
a coronation elf.
We get the Mouth of Sauron.
Mouth of Sauron. Oh my goodness, I love him.
But only in the extended cut. The theatrical version didn't have that.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the most prominent of the added scenes in this cut. Like again, we briefly talked about one of them. Here's another one. Another one would again I guess we did talk about kind of the healing. That's another scene. Yeah, I think yeah, again, like I love the additional scenes they add to this.
Yeah.
I know this scene with the Mouth of Sauron. I mean, there's other aspects of that some people don't like, and we'll discuss that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's other stuff that they add into it that is perfectly added, like the Houses of Healing. We talked about making sure we get more info on Wormtongue and Saruman. Yep. We just get, again, because his battles, we just get a few more just shots of just arms being chopped off and beheadings and everything like that.
Legolas and Gimli, competing with each other on how many kills they can get.
Yes. I mean, and there's some scenes, it's just, again, just an extra 5, 10, 15 seconds. Some's more like an additional minute of time. So it all rounds out nicely.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, it's, in the movie, it picks up well from where it leaves off, right? Because obviously you're going from a particular ending, right? And it picks up well where they leave off. I mean, before we kind of really start on it, I do think it's important to bring up one aspect that we did, kind of didn't really discuss with Two Towers, right? Because again, like this is a total war movie. And again, we end Two Towers with a massive battle.
Yeah.
Right? Where Helm's Deep. And it's really, this massive siege, right? And then you have this massive attack at Isengard. Okay. Now, we talked about in Two Towers how the elves come.
Hmm.
In the books, the
Yeah.
elves do not
No,
come.
in the book there are no elves, and
And that
elves do.
is a sticking point for some purists.
Hmm. Yep.
Again, I can give them that. Here's the thing. So, and um, they talk about it in Two Towers. We see this that Gollum talks about when at the Black Gate that Sauron is drawing all of his like minions to him for the final battle, for the final confrontation, right?
Hmm.
And we see these men, right? We saw the Oliphant and the attack of the Athelian Rangers on them, right? And we're gonna see again here about how uh he's amassing all these armies, all these peoples, right? So he's not just amassing orcs. He is drawn. There are men that are loyal to Sauron,
Yeah.
right? Which gets spelled out much more in Return of the King, right? And at the time when this movie came out, and again, if you're coming into the movies blind, you have not read the books, and you don't know much about them, right? You would see, you would think back to the Council of Elrond, right?
Hmm.
And you see men there, you see dwarves, or you see elves, right? But then by the time you get to the end of Two Towers, and all you're seeing is mostly all men fighting except one elf and one dwarf, right? You'd be kind of confused, like, why aren't we seeing the elves and dwarves engaging in battle more, right? And they're going to kind of touch on it briefly in Return of the King about what some of them are doing. But I think the inclusion of them in Two Towers makes sense, right? To kind of show that no, it's not just the men and a wizard and a few hobbits fighting this war, right?
Yeah.
It is all the free people of Middle Earth still engaged in this, right? Um, I mean, well, I guess we can touch on it briefly later because once no, it could be an easy question you would have if you saw the Lord of the Rings movies, didn't read the book, and then you saw the Hobbit movies. And here's a movie where you're spending a lot of time with dwarves, and now these men up in what far north of Middle Earth in a city called Dale, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And you think like, look at what all these people doing when all this is happening, right? So, um, so I mean, maybe we'll touch on that during the discussion, but I think, excuse me, yeah. So I think we kind of glossed over that, but that is one of those major differences of the Two Towers book, in the movie. I think it's appropriate to see that yes, you have a lot of people actually uh fighting um in this War of the Ring, and especially because some of the companions that Aragorn has in Return of the King in the book are elves, right? And other men, other rangers. There's other rangers that show up in that book that don't show up here in the movie. There's a whole backstory we can get to, and maybe we'll get to that during the actual discussion. But I think it's kind of an important point to look at as we're transitioning from Two Towers into Return of the King. But it's again 4 hour movie, but it flies by, and um, yeah, I
Yeah.
knew afterwards like it just ended as well as I could have imagined.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was so pleased with it.
So was I.
I
So was
Yeah,
I.
and I was like, I'm gonna have to watch it again. I'm gonna have to watch it again and again and again.
Yeah, this is one of those movies where you wish you could go back and see it again for the first time.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
This whole trilogy. So go back and
Yeah,
experience that wonder
the
again.
first wonder. I keep thinking of when the going down the river and he's
Yeah.
stare up at these the statues,
Mm-hmm.
this monument, not the statues. I mean, they're just completely just carved
Yeah.
into the,
Carved into the
the rock
rock.
face,
Yeah.
and just like,
And they're like, stop in the
and then
name of love.
in the name. Sean Astin just saying potatoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just the entire visuals of it, just even like, like the Andy Serkis's performance, who apparently, I guess, originally they were just going to have him do voice work
Yeah.
on it, right? But Peter Jackson was so impressed with his line readings. It's like, no, we're going to do this motion capture. We're going to figure out how to make this realistic and work because you're too darn good at this.
Yeah.
And I need you actually acting all this out.
And then he
And it's
became
one of the most,
Peter Jackson's mocap guy for, just about every movie he's made since this.
and, it's one of the things about this movie that's the most influential of, I mean, yeah, guess, James Cameron eventually would have decided to do entire mocap movies anyway. But
Yeah, which
so
he should not have committed to 5 movies off the bat.
that's for a different discussion that we probably won't have.
That's for a different discussion that we probably won't, at least won't have on the podcast. We may have it off the podcast, but I don't know. I mean, we've had several brief discussions about that before. Off the podcast, off air, but yeah,
It's been forever since I've seen that movie.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen
Only the
that
one time
since the theater. Yeah,
2009. I was there. I was there, Gandalf.
I was there 16 years ago.
I could have told, could have edited it that day, James Cameron. Destroy it.
Especially since that movie had a defined ending. It didn't have to go on to sequels.
It did not. Anyway, if you like the Avatar movies, like, you're perfectly allowed.
You're perfectly allowed to like
the Avatar movies.
Yeah, more power to you. We're not big fans of them.
At least we should say we're not big fans of Avatar.
Of the first one.
I have not seen
the second or third ones either.
Yes.
But yeah, not seen the second one or the third one, which is currently in the theater now, which
Avatar did look beautiful.
Yes, it did. It looked amazing.
And I'm not one to say that, say it's something that always has to be, have a lot of substance, right?
Yeah.
I'm okay with some style over substance.
Yeah. And I mean, as far as 3D movies go, that's probably the best 3D movie I've ever seen. Just from the looks of it.
Yes.
The way that 3D was used in it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of 3D in general, but that one was impressive.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and you know what? I'm not going to say it didn't deserve to win like best visual effects. Yeah, I mean the movie looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. It's
a visual feast.
It looks outstanding. The story and the acting and the writing and all that, maybe not
anyway
so much, but it looked amazing.
About Middle Earth.
Yes,
we're talking about Middle Earth.
We're talking about Middle Earth. We're not talking about Pandora.
No, Peter Jackson stuck the landing, in my opinion, and
yes, he did.
It was just the 3 years. It's just the entire length of time from the first teaser to the last note of the Return of the King movie was just such a journey. As one of the most meaningful parts of my life. Really helped define a lot of things for me. And yeah, and it's a lot of times what I kind of think of as an ideal cinematic experience
Hmm.
is the Lord of the Ring movies.
Yeah.
So I've
Oh
been
yeah.
happy to discuss them, and so yeah,
Yes. So, shall we get into it?
we shall get into it.
Let's get into it. As always, spoiler alert, we are going to be talking about this entire movie, beginning, middle, and end. So if you have not seen it and you don't want to be spoiled, pause the podcast, watch the movie, and come back and listen. If you have seen it or you just don't want being spoiled, then keep on listening. But you have been warned, we're going to be spoiling this whole movie, and just like the other ones, we're going to spoil the book too.
Yes.
So, just a heads up if you haven't read the book. You know, all that same stuff goes for the book. But yeah, so
And again, we start with how the other ones start with.
yeah,
The music comes up,
music comes up,
it
and we get
plays.
the Lord of the
We get,
Rings.
Peter Jackson film, the New Line logo.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we get the Lord of the Rings, the logo again, right? This comes up. It says the Lord of the Rings,
Mm-hmm.
and the music plays. And so
and we get a close up
this time
on
we
some fingers
get a
holding
close-up
a
on a
worm.
and then a fish hook.
Yeah.
So we're going to go into a scene where we actually have seen brief glimpses of, right? But we're not sure. We don't know this yet.
Yeah. So
And then
yeah, we get a
came
fish
out
hook
a little bit from the worm.
and we get a face. And that face is of a hobbit-like creature who looks a lot
He's
like
got
Andy
pointy
Serkis.
ears. Looks a lot like Andy Serkis.
Like
He's smiling
he
at
looks,
this worm.
He looks like pretty much identical to Andy Serkis.
That's because he is Andy Serkis.
He is? But Andy Serkis plays Gollum / Smeagol.
Hmm. I
What?
wonder who this could be.
What? Wow. I had no idea.
What we have is a flashback, folks.
Yes, we do. This
500
movie starts
years
out
ago.
with a flashback.
Right? And he looks at the worm, he puts it on the hook.
It's a giant hook, too.
Oh, yes, it's a giant
hook for that worm.
It is. And it's funny, like, so this harkens back to scene back in the Dead Marshes where Gollum eats a worm. He looks at it and he eats a worm, right? And so, what he is a merfolk, like Gandalf tells us in the mines back in Fellowship. And we cut back, and now we see that he's in this fishing boat on this nice, peaceful looking like river or stream with one of his friends, one of his other river folk.
With his best friend Deagle.
Deagle.
So
and
Smeagol
gets
and Deagle.
excited because Deagle has caught something. It's like, Smeagol, I've got one. Right? Oh, that, we should bring it up because Deagle is a character that gets introduced here that is not in the previous movies.
No, he's not in the previous movies. Though he is mentioned in the books.
He is mentioned in the books. Thomas Robbins plays Deagle, who actually would end up playing a character in The Hobbit. But he's mostly done directing for like TV series. So he's not done a lot of acting. He doesn't have a lot of acting credits to his name. Excuse me. And yeah, so he's excited. And Smeagol, he's excited for his friend. They caught a fish. They're going to eat fish for dinner together.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And chances are it's not going to be raw and wriggling.
No, probably not. So, but this fish, it's not a huge fish, but it's a decent catch that he has. And it's strong enough that
it pulls him out of the boat. And drags him underwater.
Right? Smeagol calls after him, and now we get a shot, underwater. Deagle decides to let go of his rod and the fish. And he's about to come up when
And
he
he
notices
sees
something
something in the
in
sand
the
below.
sand at the bottom of this little stream or river.
This shiny little thing.
So his hand goes down and grabs it.
And
And
we
we
get
have
that
seen this
shot.
hand
Yes, we have
grab.
seen that hand grab at the beginning of Fellowship when Galadriel was narrating the intro stuff. We see this hand come down and grab the ring out of the sand.
She said for 2,500 years it came out of all knowledge, right? And now for the last two movies, we thought this hand belonged to Gollum.
But nope.
This hand belongs to
Deagle.
Right? And he comes up out of the river, he's on the bank and he's soaking wet. He opens up his hand and he's looking at this, right? And he had this like this boys choir singing for the music. It's really perfect music.
Yeah. Once again, Howard Shore nailed it on the music.
Right? And he's looking at it, he's touching it. And now Schmiegel's, he's rowed the shore, right? And he's checking on his friend. He's like, what do you got there, Deagle? And Deagle almost, like, right now, he gets possessive of this ring.
Yes, he does.
Right away.
He gets possessive of it. And
right,
he doesn't want to show Smeagol. And Smeagol tells him...
And Smeagol doesn't like this. He's like, give that to me, my love.
Yeah, give it to me, my love.
And Deagle's like, why?
I want it. It's my birthday.
And Smeagol answers him.
It's my birthday. I want that to be my birthday present. And Deagle doesn't want to give it to him.
Like, because it's my birthday. Right? And now, right, he's got it clenched well. Now, Smeagol starts trying to just unclench his fist.
He tries to pry it out of his hand.
Hearing the ring just speak in the black language as this is happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the music has changed from this nice, soft boys choir choral. It's getting more chaotic. And they're the fighting over it now, right? And they're shoving each other in the face, right? But then
Smeagol knocks Deagle down to the ground,
and
Deagle gets on top of him, and Smeagol's
goes back after it, grabs it again, but then he's able to pull him over, and he starts choking him.
And so Smeagol ends up strangling Deagle to death.
Yeah, he just all of a sudden he finally stops. One of my favorite little touches of this, and they do a great job with it, is as soon as he stops breathing and stops moving, you just hear this soft, maniacal laugh. Ha, 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 ha. Remember, during the little conversation back in Two Towers, Gollum looks at Smeagol. It's like, murderer.
Yeah.
Right? And we find out, yes, Smeagol indeed murdered his friend Deagle over a ring.
Over a ring.
Right? And so he unclenches Deagle's hands, picks up the ring, he looks at it, and says that famous line, my precious. He sounds a little bit more like regular Andy Serkis.
Yeah.
It's not quite distorted yet.
Not quite distorted. But well, he does have a little bit of this voice, though.
He does.
Not quite as Gollum, but he does have a little bit of a my precious.
And he slips on the ring. He disappears, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of having idyllic scenes, you see the slow descent of Smeagol into Gollum.
Yep.
Where he's in pain, and he's and
he moves into a cave. And
Gollum has his voiceover. He's like, they cursed us. Murderer, they call us. Right? And then you see Smeagol adopt the Gollum name as he's in the cave, right? He's just curled up, like he's cold. He's not quite...
Gollum! Starts coughing.
Right? He's not quite, he still looks mostly like Andy Serkis, but he's got more, he's getting paler. He's getting bonier, right? It's like, and he basically gets banished by the river folk for murdering somebody.
Mm-hmm.
He's lucky they could have killed him.
Yeah.
They just banished him. But it's just making me wept to be so alone. And then, you see him pick up this fish, this catfish.
Mm-hmm.
He
He just bites into it.
A very Peter Jackson-esque
Yeah.
shot. Just
Yep.
bites into it raw. And he just...
He's close up on his teeth as he's biting it.
Now he's getting it raw. He's getting it raw now.
Yep.
I don't think I'd want to eat raw catfish like that.
I don't know.
A dirty cave stream with that guano in it.
Yeah. I was once fishing with my brother-in-law and a friend of ours, fishing for catfish, and our friend caught one, and when he was trying to take it off the hook, it bit him. So he bit it back.
You bite me, I bite you.
So yeah, he kind of did a Gollum here. I mean, he didn't like bite into it like that, but no, it bit him on the finger. So he took it, he put the thing in his mouth, and he bit down.
Anyway, so we got to not cut yet, but then we get one of my kind of favorite lines of the movie, right? It's like, and we forgot the taste of bread, the sound of trees, the softness of the wind. And then we get this music again. It's like, and we even forgot our own name. He says that line again. My Right. So we have a prologue, right? Now this scene, when they originally filmed it, the thought was they were going to put this in the Dead Marshes, where Frodo is speaking with Gollum before the Nazgul show up. When he says, like, you are not, he says, like, oh, yeah, you were one of the river folk once, right? Gandalf said your name was Schmeagol. And, Gollum's thinking about, like, oh, Schmeagol. There's a name I have not heard in a long time. A long time.
Well, of course I know him. He's me.
They're going to put it there in the middle of their two towers. But I think this is a really awesome way.
I do too. Yeah.
To open this movie.
Yes. I agree.
Because again, like, okay, where are we going to put it? We've arranged the pieces, right? We had the battle at Helm's Deep. They've won, right? We've seen that they have, right? We've had the win at Isengard. So we've had these two victories, right? Mm-hmm. We get Frodo and Sam released from Faramir, right? Yep. They're closer to their goal, right? So, like, where are these pieces going now? And it's like, okay, how are we going to do this, right? Because, and I think the idea, because we spent so much time with Gollum, and I think spending time with kind of the big, after being lost, being found again, and how that sets into motion everything that kind of happens henceforth. Mm-hmm. It's good to see that here. Start the third movie, nice prologue, and then just kind of cut straight back to the characters.
Yeah. Nice use of henceforth, by the way.
Thank you.
But also, the other two movies start with a flashback for the prologue. So why not this one too?
Exactly. Like, how else would he kind of start this? Like, okay, like which characters do you just throw yourselves into if you don't start it with a flashback? Right? Or like, what flashback would you do if you didn't? Right? Like, so I think spending time again with Gollum, pre-Gollum, like Schmeagol pre-Gollum, right? It's a good way to do it. And it's a good kind of reminder of the corrupting nature of the ring.
Yeah.
It kind of gets alluded to throughout Two Towers, but like as a reminder, like you have the you're gonna have the battle or the fight with against Sauron and Mordor. There's also just the fight against the ring itself. It's also this hovering over the entire proceedings.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's it's going to be a thing. It's going to be a battle over the ring. Also, it's not just a battle over Sauron and his minions.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it is called the Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
So, at least one ring does play a very important part in this series.
It does. You're right. So, but yeah. So the first scene we get though, we get dropped back in with Frodo and Sam, and it's they've woken up, right? They're had a little bit of a rest. You know, we see,
and they're ready
Frodo,
to tackle their day.
They're ready to tackle the day. Frodo wakes up. He looks at his ring. It's like it's time to get going.
It's like time to make the donuts,
right? You know, but yeah, he's looking at Frodo. I mean, Sam's still kind of sleeping at this point, right? Frodo's awake because Frodo doesn't really sleep much anymore. He just spends most of his time staring at the ring and following Gollum, right? And Gollum, you know, and they're kind of in this structure, right? They're just, you know, it's got
kind
of
like
this triangle like opening into it, right?
They're in a structure?
Yes.
Like, did they buy vests and stuff from there?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So they're in the clothing store structure?
Yes.
Are there any structures anymore? Or did that business close down a while back?
Anyway, so Gollum peeks down, right? And he's excited. He's ready to get his day going. He's like, wake up, wake up. We must go.
Yeah, he's like jumping on him like a puppy.
Yes. This is the most excited you see him beyond outside of his homicidal intent later in the movie. Yeah, Sam wakes up and he's like, haven't you had any sleep, Mr. Frodo? It's like, Sam's like, I think I've slept too long. Like, he's looking at it, like, it looks dark. He thinks it's like, you know, it's like mid-afternoon. He's like, it's dark. And Frodo's looking around. It's like, no, Sam, I don't even think it's noon yet. It's not midday.
Yeah.
It's like, it's dark around here.
I mean, it's Mordor.
Right? Yeah, they're close to Mordor.
They're in the shadow of Mount Doom.
And I mean, Gollum's like, yeah, we gotta go. Right? And then again, you see, you know, they have a shot of Mount Doom looming over the distance, and it shoots up a fireball and kind of has a little bit of an earthquake rumble that volcanoes do, right? But Sam's like, no, Frodo needs to eat first, right? And so, like, what do we have to eat? Limbus bread. And look,
more Limbus bread,
and more. And he gives, you know, he breaks up a piece. He gives it to Frodo, and Frodo looks at Sam's like, "You're not having any?" It's like, I'm not hungry.
Well, Sam
should eat that though.
Well, Sam's looking at it, and he's like, "Oh, we should have enough."
It's like, yeah, I think
and
I've
Frodo's like, "What do you mean? Enough for what? Like the journey home?" And Frodo's like, "You really think we're going to be making it home?" And Sam's like, "Well, you never know."
Yeah, he's being
optimistic.
Right, and they head off. They start walking off, and Gollum's like, "Just stay close." It's like, you know, very close to Mordor. Like, well, yeah, duh. Like, I see that mountain right there.
Mordor's right there.
Just get it into a slingshot and just sling it over.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost close enough to throw some sand in Sauron's eye. We're almost close enough to throw some pocket sand in his eye.
Oh, would that have worked out? I wonder.
I don't know.
What would Sauron? What would Sauron do?
I
with
mean,
sand in his eye?
he doesn't have eyelids, so
Right, he can't protect it.
yeah,
It doesn't look like he has tear ducts either.
no, no. So it would just sit there and irritate his eye. Maybe that's why his eye's so red. Maybe he's had sand stuck in his eye for centuries.
That's the problem.
He just needs some clear
need to get the
eyes.
sand out of his eye.
He just needs some clear eyes.
Here we thought he was just evil incarnate.
No, he just needs Ben Stein to bring him some clear eyes. Wow.
Ben Stein should have been in this movie.
He should have been.
He just gets to be a monotone elf.
No, you know he'd be a dwarf.
Yeah. Probably right. So we cut back. Now we get our friends. We got Legolas, Gimli, Aragorn, Gandalf, we got Theoden and the rest of Rohan. There's a small group of riders, not the rest of Rohan. We got Éomer and Theoden, right?
Mm-hmm. The important people of Rohan.
Yes, minus Éowyn. Important men. Granted, a bunch of them did just die.
Yeah.
So,
and they're riding out to Isengard.
Yeah, and they're riding through the trees that just ate all the orcs.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're looking around warily because the trees are still lumbering around, and they don't want to piss off the trees. They just saw what the trees did.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then it cuts above the trees, and you get the shot of Orthanc and Isengard. And now we get our title card. Return of the King.
As the camera pans over the tops of the trees and over to Orthanc.
Yep. And we're still, it's still flooded out. Right? And now we have Merry and Pippin.
And they're sitting up like on this little roof. And they're smoking their pipe weed.
They got their pipes, they have food, they're feasting, they're enjoying, as Pippin will later say, the spoils of war.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But first, right now, they're talking about the leaf. Like, oh yeah, it's good. It's definitely from the Shire.
Mm-hmm. The best leaf in the South Farthing.
And Pippin's like, I feel like I'm back at the Green Dragon, right? And back in the Fellowship, we have the scene where they're all talking in that little pub.
Yep, that's the Green
Dragon.
Dragon.
Before Gandalf comes back. That's the Green Dragon.
Yeah, the Green Dragon is where Rosie works.
Yes.
Where Rosie, Sam's crush, works.
And I like this little scene, right? I think that this part was a bit extended from the movie, and it's good because it's a nice moment of levity.
It's a little moment of levity after of the sadness of Two Towers and before the seriousness of Return of the King.
When you see it put in with all of it, it's sandwiched into a nice little spot there. It's like, yeah, I got a mug of ale in my hand. I'm putting up my feet after a hard day's work. Mary's like, you never did a hard day's work. And Pippin's like, that's right. And then just giggles about it. And then they see coming out of the woods the old friends.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I love Merry because you can tell he's been drinking. He stands up. He puts out his arms like, welcome to Isengard.
Now under new management.
And Gimli's looking at them. He sees they've been smoking and they're drinking. He's a little jealous. He's like, you young rascal. Do you let us on a merry chase? And now we find you feasting and smoking. And then Pippin, also inebriates, like, we are sitting on a field of victory, enjoying a few well-earned comforts. The salted pork is particularly good.
And then Gimli starts salivating.
Like, salted pork. And Gandalf is grumpy still. It's like hobbits. Old Gandalf would have started smoking with them.
Yes, he would have.
Gandalf the Grey would have smoked with them.
Maybe
Gandalf the White,
he doesn't. Yeah, Gandalf the White doesn't really smoke. Maybe that's why Gandalf the Grey's
well, he
robes
does
were
later.
so
He does a little
gray.
bit later,
Yes, he does,
but
but
not as much.
not as much. Maybe that's why his robes are so gray because of all the smoke.
That's a good point. I haven't thought about that.
Maybe he's always had white robes, but they were gray because of all the smoke.
he's he's Gandalf the lung cancer.
Gandalf the gray lung.
Gray lung. Black lung if he was a coal miner.
Yep.
But then Mary comes up. He's like, we're under orders from Treebeard, who's taken over management of Isengard. Right? And now this is where we kind of get one of the most significant additions
Yeah.
of really the entire trilogy, but particularly of Return of the King here.
Yeah, so the camera pans over to see Treebeard
comes
walking.
up and is like, young Master Gandalf.
Young Master Gandalf.
I'm glad you've come.
Young Master Gandalf. That just shows how old Treebeard is.
Yes. He old.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but there's a wizard to manage here. Right? And they're looking around, and I think Saruman's nowhere to be seen yet.
No.
Right? Aragorn's like, show yourself. Right? And Gandalf, he's just telling him, like, just be careful. Saruman might be defeated, but he's still dangerous. And Gimli just wants to kill him. Gandalf's like, no, we need him alive because we need him to talk. He's been talking with the enemy. Mm-hmm. He has information that is vital to us.
We need to find out that information.
And then we get the voice. It's Saruman. Right? And he wants peace. He's sticking specifically to Theoden. Right? He's like, we made peace before. And now Saruman is standing at the top of Orthanc.
He's up
back
on the
where
roof
he had
of Orthanc.
Imprisoned
Yes.
Gandalf,
where Gandalf was.
And Theoden, peace. Yeah, peace. So yeah, we can have peace. We need answer for the burning of the Westfold that lie there. When the lives of the bodies, the children that lie dead in the Westfold and the burning villages, right? Or the dead that line against the Hornborg, when you hang from a gibbet for the sport of your own crows, we shall have peace. So, Theoden is obviously not interested.
He's a little bit upset with Saruman.
Yeah, it's understandable, right? Right? And so now Saruman turns his attention to Gandalf. He's like, what do you want?
You're in shiny new robes, Gandalf. Did you shop at Structure before they closed?
It's like, so you want the key here to Orthanc? Or to Barad-dûr? Belongs the crowns of the 7 kings and rods of the 5 wizards? And Gandalf, again, he's not willing. He's like, no, he's just going to cut the chase. Like, no, you're in league with Saruman. We have seen things. We need that information. Right? And so Saruman's like, oh, all right, I can give you some information. And he just whips out the Palantir that he has.
Yes, he's a Palantir, the crystal ball looking thing that we talked about in the last movie.
Now, instead of being on that pedestal, like in his in the castle, he's just holding it in the palm of his hand, and he's looking in it, right? And he tells him what he sees in it, right? He's like, something festers in the heart of Middle Earth, something that you have failed to see, but the great eye has seen it. Even now, he presses his advantage. His attack will come soon. And he's seen these other different men that he's Sauron's
Yeah.
gathering to help him in his war, right? Right? He's like, oh yeah, you're all gonna die. Oh, but you know this, Gandalf. And he looks at Aragorn. He's like, you can't think this ranger will ever sit on the throne of Gondor. This exile from the shadows. And then he just tries to sow doubt in everyone. He's like, Gandalf won't hesitate to sacrifice those he loves. Excuse me. He's like, tell me, what words of comfort did you give the halfling before you sent him to his doom?
At his doom or Mount Doom?
His doom.
Is
Specifically,
Mount Doom his doom?
Mount Doom is his doom.
I mean, there's
Doom,
got to be a
doom, doom,
reason
doom.
why it's called Mount Doom. It's the doom of everybody that goes there.
Well, I mean, yeah, Elrond was there. It wasn't his doom.
It might have been. It could have been.
I mean,
If things had gone differently, it could have been.
He would have prevented a lot of doom by just pushing Silver
Yeah.
into the fire.
Yeah. 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 You could have prevented 3,000 years of doom if you just pushed Isildur.
So they keep talking, and Gimli's like, you know what? I've had enough. Like, let's shoot him. Yeah, and I was like, no, not yet. He's like, Saruman, come down, and we'll spare your life. And Saruman's like, save me your pity. And he throws a fireball down from his staff.
Yes. He pulls the D&D move and casts Fireball.
But Gandalf absorbs it.
Yep.
And shoots the fireball back at him. And it shatters his wand.
Well, no, that doesn't shatter. No, the Fireball doesn't shatter the staff. After, he absorbs the Fireball and shoots it back at him, then
Gandalf says, Saruman, your staff is broken.
He says, Saruman, your staff is broken. And then Saruman's staff starts vibrating and then just shatters. Because Gandalf is a white wizard now. He's not a gray wizard anymore.
He's not gray, which Saruman should know.
Mm-hmm. So he's more powerful.
So he's shocked by it. And while he's being shocked by this, up from behind him comes a hunched figure. It's Wormtongue.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like over the past 12 hours or so since the end of this battle there at Isengard, seems like Saruman has really increased the beatings on Wormtongue.
Yeah. Yeah, Wormtongue does not look happy.
No, he doesn't. And
he doesn't look like it's been like Club Med at Orthanc.
No, it doesn't.
He hasn't had a spa day.
No. He could use a good mani-pedi from the elves right about now.
He could. But no.
And Theoden would be willing to get that for him because he has compassion for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, Grima. He calls him by his name. He's calling him Wormtongue. He said, Grima.
This is Grima.
You do not need to follow him anymore.
Come back.
You were not always this way. You were once a son of Rohan. Come down. He's offering him compassion.
Yeah. He's offering to bring him back to Rohan and allow him to atone for his mistakes.
Grima kind of bows. Looks like he's ready to do it. But Saruman, being a little, bitch, decides, no. He's going to abuse him a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, son of Rohan. What is Rohan but thatched barn where brigands drink in the reek and rats roll on the floor with the dogs? Then he really digs at Theoden. Like, the victory was not yours, Theoden. Right? Horse master, you are a lesser son of greater sires. Ouch.
Yeah.
So, A, he's calling him a horse. B, he's not giving me any credit for the victory. Right? C, he's saying that, he's not even as good as his forefathers, right? And this is going to drive him for the rest of this movie,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he clearly means like, no, it was because of Aragorn that Helm's Deep was won, not you,
Oh, Gimli
right?
had a hand in it too.
Yes, yes. He blew that horn. Oh, he was
Mm-hmm.
so excited to blow
Yep.
that.
Yes, he was.
The highlight of his life. No, it's like after killing 42 orcs or Yurkai, I got to blow a
I
horn.
got to blow a
Right?
big horn.
he he, he
The
could have
horn
killed
of
more if he didn't
Helmhammerhand.
blow that.
Yep.
And they then keep saying, "No, Grandma, just calm down and be free." And Saruman's like, "He will never be free." And then Grima decides, you know what? I'm going to take matters in my own hand. He's got a dagger.
Yes, he reaches in his sleeve, he pulls out a dagger, and he comes up behind Saruman and drives it into his heart from the back.
Yep. And then Legolas shoots up an arrow, right?
Yep.
And it
Hits Grima right in the heart.
ends up hitting Grima because Saruman kind of twists as he's getting stabbed, and so misses Saruman and hits Grima in the heart. And then Saruman falls
off the roof.
Poor thing.
All the way
And he
down.
goes.
There's a big
it's
wheel.
a lovely shot of him just somersaulting through the
and
air.
there's a big wheel like a water wheel type of thing, but it's not a water wheel. But it's got these spikes coming out of it, and he just gets impaled on one of those.
Because this is not a theatrical cut, they show Christopher Lee getting impaled on one of these spikes.
Yeah. Now this whole little exchange here with Saruman was not in the theatrical cut.
No,
so
it was not.
As far as the theatrical movies go, his last appearance was in Two Towers.
Yes,
where we don't see what happened to him afterwards. We have no closure.
Christopher
for
Lee
his
was
character.
Actually kind of upset about this, where for quite a while he did not talk to Peter Jackson. They eventually became friends again, enough to actually appear in the Hobbit trilogy. But it took a while for Christopher Lee to get over this scene being cut from the.
It's a great scene.
It's a great
scene. It's a great scene. And when
I don't know the exact details of how it goes in the movie, right? But go on. Yeah, continue.
So when Saruman got stabbed, when they were filming it, Peter Jackson had in the script that he screams, and Christopher Lee told him if he gets stabbed through the lung like that, he's not going to scream. And Peter Jackson was like, well, this is how do you know?
Tidbit.
And Christopher Lee spent some time in the British spy network during the wars, and so he's Christopher Lee. He had an amazing life. Like he did some crazy stuff.
He did some crazy things. Yeah. He lived a long life and did some crazy things with it.
He had a life. But yeah, so one of the things he did, he had intimate knowledge on what happens when somebody gets stabbed like that. And he's like, yeah, if you get stabbed like that, the knife's going to go through your lung, and you're not going to have any breath to scream.
Yeah.
So Peter Jackson kind of just took his word for it. And so when Saruman gets stabbed, he doesn't scream. He just kind of
he just like
he kind of just loses his breath.
Then somersaults off a tower onto a pike.
Yep.
And
now in the book, this scene is not in the book.
It's not in the book.
Or well, I mean, their conversation may be, but he's not killed in this scene in the book.
Yeah, but they really Like it's funny. Like Peter Jackson thought, like this scene would delay the action too much, but like it's really the beginning of the movie. It's not really delaying
Yeah.
the action.
Yeah. The action hasn't really started yet
Like
for this
we
movie.
do see them get to the in the theatrical cut. We see them get there just long enough to basically pick up Merry and Pippin, talk to Chibi, who says that he's taken over management of Isengard, and the filth of Saruman is washing away.
Yeah.
Right. But there's another important thing that happens here, right? So we see the Palantir fall out of the robe.
Yes.
Under the water. Right?
When Saruman gets stabbed, the Palantir falls out of his hand.
And the water is, almost, not quite, it goes like mid-thigh on the hobbits, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Pippin goes down and he's entranced by this. He's curious.
So he picks it up. He's entranced by it. And, he after a few seconds of looking at it, then Gandalf grabs a cloth and he, gets it from me. I'll take that. And he grabs it and wraps it up in the cloth.
And remember, I talked about like, it can be seen like if you have to wrap it up because people can still just spy through it. Right. And then they ride off to Edoras. Right. And we see out, it's on the hill in the distance. You have Eowyn. She's outside the Great Hall awaiting them. Right. And then they're going to have a party, a rightful party. Right. They're in the Golden Hall. Eowyn brings a cup to Theoden. Right. And then he's sitting at the head and he raises it. We got all the people there in Edoras in the hall, and they're drinking. And no one's drinking. They're waiting for the toast. I love this toast. It's simple, but bold and appropriate. Hail the victorious dead! And they just yell, "Hail!" Like if you kind of think back to what like Viking drinking feast might be.
Yep.
This is what this is.
Yep. And then, everybody's drinking and partying, and there's a group of guys at the table where Gimli's sitting, where Gimli and Legolas are.
Yeah. And Eomer, he's bringing the cups, and he's setting the rules. Gimli wants to play a drinking game with Legolas. Like, you know what? We had this game about how many people we're going to kill.
Let's see if we can.
Now we're going to have a drinking game.
So all the people at this table are having this drinking game where they just see how many ales they can drink, right? How many mugs of ale they can drink, and whoever has the most. Are simple.
No pauses, no spills, and then Gimli's like, and no regurgitations. I love how Legolas, he's just looking at them as they put, it's like, oh, so it's a drinking game. Gimli's like, yes, last man standing wins.
So Gimli, downs his beer.
And Legolas just takes a sip.
Yep.
He's just sipping.
Takes a sip of it. You're like, okay. So then, it cuts ahead a little bit, and all the people are passed out.
Yep. And there's two left.
And
Eomer's not really, Eomer's like watching. He's not participating in it. He's just drinking. He's watching. He's observing. Right.
But the table is just full of empty mugs. And Gimli, he's chugging away.
And
Legolas is chugging away.
Beer on his beard.
He's like running down his beard. And he's drunk. Right, but he's still going.
Drunk. He's like, it's the dwarves that go swimming with little hairy woman. And then Legolas, he's like, oh, I feel something.
He brings his hand up.
Looking at his hand.
I think it's starting to affect me. I feel
like slight tingling.
Like a slight tingle in my fingers.
And Gimli's like, what did I say?
You can't hold your liquor.
he laughs. And then he passes out. He just falls back on his back.
And then Legolas is declared the winner.
Game over. I win. Meanwhile, we're cutting around the party, right? Eowyn brings a drink, a goblet to Aragorn, right? And she says to him, "Be well." And they watch.
She
She
hands
kind
it
of
to him and says,
smiles.
"You've chosen wisely."
Yeah, Theoden's like, "Yeah, you've chosen wisely. He's honorable." And Eowyn, because she loves her uncle
Mm-hmm.
and she still has the hots for Aragorn.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, "Oh, you're both honorable." And Theoden's like, it was not Theoden that led our people to victory. She's like, "What do you mean?" And I like how he's like, "You are young. Tonight is for you." What does he mean?
Hmm. I don't know.
And then we get one of my favorite scenes too. Is you have Merry and Pippin. They are showing the great drinking songs of the Shire to the men of Rohan,
Mm-hmm.
and they're dancing on a table,
Yep.
right? And like, you can search far and wide, you can drink the whole town dry, but you'll never find a beer so brown as the one we drink in our hometown. You can keep your fancy ales, you can drink them by the flagon, but the only brew for the brave and true
Comes from the Green
comes from the
Dragon.
Green Dragon. And there's a slight pause, right? Because Pippin pauses and he sees Gandalf staring at them. Now, Gandalf's enjoying the song.
Mm-hmm.
He's amused by it.
Yeah.
But they catch eyes, right? And I love how, like, when they finish it, they just solemnly they cling their steins and they drink up,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so now we have a moment between Gandalf and Aragorn, right? And they're thinking. Aragorn looks over at Gandalf's like, no news of Frodo. And Gandalf, he's a wizard. He has some foresight, right? Like the elves, like Elrond and Galadriel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, nothing. Aragorn's like, it's okay. Every day, Frodo moves closer to Mordor. And Gandalf, he's kind of being pessimistic. He's like, do we know that? Aragorn just looks at him like, well, what does your heart tell you? It's like, and Gandalf's like, oh, Frodo's alive. Yes, he's alive.
But we also got to wonder. So it's never said in the movies, all right? But you also got to wonder if some of this insight for Gandalf is coming from the ring that he wears.
That's a good point.
Because he has Gandalf years ago.
He has a ring of power. He's got one of the elven rings.
Yeah, he was given one of the 3 elven rings from the elf who owned it before. So it's never mentioned in the movies. I think it's mentioned like once in one of the books, but I know it's at least in the appendices, or it is in the Silmarillion, where it's really expanded.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Either way, he has, and you see throughout the movies, he's wearing a ring.
Yes, you
can see that he's wearing a ring.
There's a lot of little details like that about like there's these things about these characters that don't get explicitly said that are still featured in the movies, and that the ring is one of them.
Yeah, so you got to wonder if maybe his attunement with the elves maybe is amplified by the ring that he's wearing.
Yeah,
because it's one of the elven rings.
Especially now that he's a white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's a more powerful wizard.
Yeah. I mean, I think especially considering that the Valar sent him back specifically for this task.
Yeah.
They probably would have helped amplify that as well, potentially. Like, they're kind of hands off, but not completely hands off. And we'll get to that when it comes to certain winged creatures later in the movie. Don't want to spoil that. But yeah, there's a lot of little things.
Wait, there's more moths?
I think Dominic Monaghan's always in things about moths, isn't he?
Yeah, he
Lost.
does. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Anyway, we'll get to that. But yeah, I think you bring up a good point. I mean, even in the later in the movie, there's a scene where he says, like, yeah, like Frodo has gone beyond my gaze.
That's because he's closer to Mount Doom.
Mount Doom. It's very smoky. So like,
Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard to see through that.
So we cut back to Frodo and Sam and Gollum, and they're sleeping. Right now, it definitely seems like it's nighttime, but again, they're close to Mount Doom and Mordor. Can you really tell what time of day it might be?
Yeah.
You know, it's like when you get to the North Pole in the winter and it's just several months of darkness,
Mm-hmm.
so. And Gollum, he's kind of sleeping too, right? But then he starts saying, oh, it's like too risky, thieves, right? And he's doing the classic thing where he's talking back and forth between Gollum and Smeagol.
Yeah.
And so he wakes up and he scampers off. And they set this up a little bit different than kind of the scene from Two Towers, where they kind of go back and forth between different angles of the face. Here, he is looking into this
he's
little
looking at his
like
reflection
stream,
in a little pool.
a creek, a little pool. And sometimes, when Gollum's talking, it's the reflection. And then when you kind of see Smeagol talking, it's just the regular looking up from the, from Gollum's point of view at Smeagol, right? It goes back and forth between those perspectives, right? And, it's kind of, a similar type of conversation, right? But, it's like, we can't wake them. And Smeagol's like, they suspect us! Right? It's like,
they suspect us!
And I think Gollum's like, is Smeagol losing his nerve?
Smeagol losing his nerve?
Never. Smeagol hates nasty hobbitses. Smeagol wants to see them dead.
Smeagol wants to see them dead. Filthy, stinking hobbitses.
It's like, and we will. And then Smeagol's like, yes, we must get the precious. We must get it back. Gollum tells him that patience. First, we must lead them.
To her.
We lead them to the winding stairs.
Winding stairs.
Yes, and the stairs. And then
the tunnel.
No, up the stairs.
Up the stairs. And then the tunnel. And what's in the tunnel?
What is in the tunnel?
She's in the tunnel.
Is it Willy Wonka's magical ride?
I hope not.
What is it? No, it's like when they get this, she's always hungry.
She's
always needs to feed.
She always needs to feed.
She must eat. All she gets is filthy orcses. She looks for sweeter meat. Hobbit meat.
And then we'll tax it. Once they're dead.
They throws away the bones, right?
Once they're dead.
But as they're finishing this conversation, Sam wakes up.
And he hears it.
Like, and takes it for us. Smeagol says, takes it for me. Gollum's like, us.
Us. Yeah.
Yes, we meant for us.
And then
like, we meant for us. I meant us. We meant us. Are there 3 people in there?
Maybe there's a third one. Maybe there's 5. Maybe there's 5 inside them. Anyway, but yeah, so Sam wakes up and he hears the tail end of this. he hears the tail end of
Once
this
the
conversation.
hobbitses are dead.
Once thought that. And then
Gollum drops a pebble in the little pool. And as the ripples clear, we see Sam.
he's like, I knew it.
Like, you treacherous little thief.
Treacherous little thief. And he tackles him.
And then he's like, this wakes Frodo up. Frodo's like, leave him alone, Sam. He's like, no, I heard it from his own mouth. He means to murder us. And Gollum's like, never. Smeagol wouldn't hurt a fly. He's a hobbit. Fat hobbit.
Stupid fat hobbit.
And then I love he smacks his head. And then it ends up Gollum kills a fly on his head. So he would hit a fly, right? Anyway, but
yeah, so Frodo gets Sam to back off from Gollum.
And like he keeps ready. He's like he calls him a miserable maggot. It's like he's upset because he gets called a liar, but yeah, Frodo has him back off, right? And Frodo's like, no, I'm not sending him away. And Sam's like, Frodo, don't you see? He's a villain.
Yeah, I always love that delivery, that line delivery. He's like, don't you see? Yeah. He's a villain. It's an excellent use of the word villain.
It is. It's so true. He's just a straight out villain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like you don't. I mean, like we can use like, oh yeah, who's the villain of that movie? Like you don't often actually say it like that. Like no, like it's here. It's a movie. This is a movie about story. It's this saga about stories, and it needs a villain, and he is like the real villain of this story. As much as Sauron is like evil incarnate, no, Gollum's a villain.
Yeah, Sauron is the evil.
You can have pity for him.
Sauron is the main evil of the movie.
Yes.
But Gollum, he's the villain.
You can have pity for him,
at least
but he's the villain.
At least for Sam and Frodo, Gollum is the villain.
But Frodo's like, oh, we can't do this ourselves. Not without a guide. And he's like, I need you on my side, Sam. Sam's like, I am on your side. Right? And Frodo's like, I know. It's like, just trust me. He tells Smeagol, it's like, come, Smeagol. And then I love Smeagol and Sam just each give each other the death eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Frodo goes up and Smeagol kind of follows him, and then he turns back. He looks back at Sam and just gives him that look. He just glares at him.
I mean, what would have happened if Sam just took out his frying pan and just smacked him on the head?
I don't know.
He would have just gone up the stairs. But anyway, Gollum has a part to play in this story.
Yes, he does.
Gandalf said it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Gollum has a very important part to play in the story.
Yes, like any villain.
Mm-hmm.
Has an important part to play.
Yeah.
So, we cut back to Edoras, right? It's now, everyone has done partying. Gimli is passed out drunk.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of men just sleeping on the floors. Everyone's scattered around. It looks like it's getting close to dawn. Not quite.
Yeah, Legolas's fingers are tingly.
Pippin, he's got a bad headache. He's woken up from hangover starting early on him. Right?
And so everybody's sleeping.
Everyone's sleeping. Like I love where like Eowyn is sleeping in here. Like she's like in the middle of the hall where they had the fire.
Yeah, she's on a couch.
Yep. Aragorn is up. Right? He is just watching after everybody.
Yeah.
Now, he had a mug, but he was responsible.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't drunk. he's back up early. He's doing his calisthenics.
Yeah.
He's doing his morning prayer.
He is 87 years old. He's got to keep in shape.
Yes.
So
he kind of the fire is still slightly going. He's just adjusting along slightly. Puts the blanket over Erwin's foot. He's like, yeah. He asks her, she asks him what time it is.
Wakes
it's
up.
like not quite dawn.
Yeah. When he pulls the blanket down over her foot, then she wakes up a little bit.
And she says, "Oh, I dreamed. I saw a great wave climbing over green lands above the hills. I stood upon the brink. It was dark in the abyss before my feet. Well, that sounds like a nice dream. A light shone behind me, but I could not turn. I could only stand there waiting." Everyone's like, night changes many thoughts. It's like, go back to sleep. Sleep while you can. Because he knows, things are going to change again soon.
Yep.
This is that's the purpose of this night, is to enjoy the victory, but knowing that other things are about to happen.
Yeah.
So get your good night's sleep now.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Pippin's rustling around. Aragorn goes out, and Legolas, because he's an elf, he doesn't need sleep. He's just standing up there cool. He's looking out all the way to the east. Right? And they're enjoying their nice little morning talk together. They get out some cigars. They start talking about the old times.
Pour themselves a glass of scotch.
Remember that time at Balin's Tomb?
Yeah, it's like, remember that cave troll? Cave troll, you shot it right in the throat. That was a good shot, dude.
That was awesome, dude. I wish I could do that. But you set a ring with on fire.
I did do that. I did do that. Yes, I did shove a torch in its face.
Legolas he just says, the stars are veiled. Something stirs in the east. A sleepless malice. The enemy is moving. Now Pippin, he's finally,
Pippin,
he's restless. He has to pee.
He can't take it
anymore. He's got a headache too. He's like, I got to go get some Tylenol. I'll find something to go with this hangover.
I got to get up and I got to go over. And he goes over to Gandalf. Now Gandalf sleeps with his eyes open. It's really creepy.
It's really creepy. And he's muttering something too.
And he's holding the Palantir that's wrapped up in the cloth and the blanket, in his arms, like a teddy bear.
So Pippin, he's still curious, and thankfully there happens to be a chamber pot.
Yes. Now, is it a chamber pot or is it a different kind of pot?
I don't know.
I don't know, but it could very well be a chamber pot. Well, there's a clay pot of some kind.
And Pippin replaces it.
And so Pippin grabs the pot and he does an Indiana Jones and swaps out the Palantir for the pot.
And he thinks he's okay, but then it sinks down. And he has to move, and arrows start shooting at him.
A giant boulder comes rolling down.
Well, before that, he passes Alfred Molina.
Yes.
Who has been impaled by some spikes.
Mm-hmm. And he picks up the idol. And then,
yeah. Throw me the idol.
You throw me the idol, I throw the whip.
I mean, only he had been Dr. Octopus at that time. He wouldn't even need a whip. He would just been doing his Dr. Octopus thing.
Yep. He would have been moving those arms around. But he wasn't done.
Merry wakes up at this point, and he's like, Pippin, what are you doing? And Pippin's like, I need another look.
Yeah, so he uncovers the Palantir, and he looks into it, and it takes hold of him.
Yep. And as it's starting to take hold of him, Mary's kind of shocked by this. We cut back to Legolas. He's like, he is here. And now the music just gets intense and it's glowing hard.
It's glowing hard, and it's just Sauron's eye is right there in the Palantir.
And it's talking to Pippin. and his face is writhing in pain,
And
and
light
like, the
and
light's bright.
Gandalf wakes
He
up.
can't let go of it if he wants to. It's locked
Yeah.
on to his fingers.
And Gandalf wakes up and he runs over and he grabs that cloth that it was wrapped up in and he throws it over it and takes it from Pippin.
Yep. And like at this time, like Pippin had been like was standing at first, but now he ended up being on his back.
And he's like
wrestling with
like he's having a seizure.
Yes, that's a good way of saying it. It's like a seizure, right? And he Gandalf covers it, and he just yells like "fool of a took." But like at this point, like he's still like in shock,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so then he talks gently to Pippin, and then he kind of snaps out of it, and he looks up at Gandalf. He's like, "Gandalf, forgive me." And Gandalf's like, well, "What did you see?"
Yeah, what did you see? And then
Pippin's like, a tree. There was a white tree in a courtyard of stone. It was dead, and the city was burning. And it cuts to the image that he sees, which is, we can't tell what this tree is because we have not seen it yet in the movies.
Nope.
Right? And so Gandalf's like, Minas Tirith, is that what you saw? Now, of course, Pippin wouldn't know exactly what Minas Tirith
wouldn't know what it looks like.
You know, it's not like he has Google where he can, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to go and search Minas Tirith.
And it's not like there's signs all over the place at Minas Tirith that say Minas Tirith.
Yeah, it's not like he has movies like Home Alone 3, Lost in Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
Where you can watch it and knows, I know what Minas Tirith looks like. But then Pippin says something that's really kind of frightening. He's like, I saw him. I can hear his voice in my head. Like, he is still like frightened.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it. Like, he can hear Sauron's voice in his head.
Yeah. And
again, I was like, what did he tell him? Speak. It's like, he asked my name. I didn't answer. And then it's like, he hurt me. Like, oh my goodness. Like,
yeah. Like
what did he do to him?
Gandalf pulls the doll out and he's like, show me on the doll where Sauron touched you.
Instead, like, no. Excuse me. What did he tell him about Frodo in the ring? And he just looks like scared to speak.
And then it cuts later
back
in
to
the throne room in the hall.
Yep. And thankfully, he has not said anything about
and Gandalf is talking to Aragorn and Theoden and Legolas and Gimli are there.
They're all there.
And he's like,
there was no lie.
There was no lie in Pippin's eyes.
A fool.
A fool, but an honest one.
He told nothing to Sauron about Frodo in the ring. But then Gandalf's like, but we've been strangely fortunate. Pippin saw a glimpse of the enemy's plan. He moves to strike Minas Tirith. Like, his defeat showed him that, there's still... It showed him that he knows the heir of Elendil has come forth. And men are not as weak as he thought. Strength. So he's going to have to strike fast to risk the people of Middle-earth uniting under one banner. He will raise Minas Tirith to the ground before he sees a king return to the throne. And he says, if the beacons of Gondor are lit, Rohan must be ready. But Theoden right now is thinking like, well, why should we ride? The aid of those should not come to ours. Theoden's like, what do we owe Gondor? And Aragorn's like, excuse me? I will go.
He's like, I'm from Gondor. I was helping you at Helm's Deep. So Gondor came to your aid.
I helped bring you the elves, bitch. Plus a dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
And that wizard over there.
Yeah.
Gandalf's like, no. Aragorn's like, but they must be warned. Gandalf's like, they will be. Like,
they will be.
Like, they will be. Don't worry.
They will be, silly goose.
No, you're going to come
Like, you have a different road you got to take.
By another road. Again, this gets back to the knowledge she has and the power of the ring he has.
It's like, you'll go to Minas Tirith, but you're going to take
you got to follow the river
road.
and look to the black ships. He's like, understand this. Things are in motion that cannot be undone. Well, yeah. It's like, I ride for Minas Tirith, and I won't be going alone. Bring me your finest woman.
No, he's going to take Pippin with him.
Gandalf's leading Pippin and Merry. He's like, if all the inquisitive hobbits Peregrine took, you are the worst. And Pippin's like, where are we going? And Merry's like, why did you look?
Yeah.
Why do you always
have to look?
Pippen's like, I don't know. I can't help it. Like, he never can. I love this too. Pippin's like, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Mary's like, wait, no. Pippin, no. The enemy thinks you have the ring.
Thinks you have the ring.
They need to get you out of here. Yeah. And they get into the stable where, Shadowfax is, and Pippin's like, and you're coming with me. And then he realizes that Mary's not coming with him.
And this is the first time that they've been separated.
Yes.
Like, the first time in all 3 movies that they have been separated.
And so, they have not. They're at the hip. Boom, boom, boom. From the minute we saw them getting that giant dragon firework.
Yep.
Washing those dishes.
Gandalf gets on Shadowfax's back, and he puts Pippin up there too.
And Pippin's like, how far is Minas Tirith? So you got 3 days ride as the Nazgul flies. We better hope we don't have one of those on our tail. Yeah.
And then we get Shadowfax, show us the meaning of haste.
Well, before that, Merry has a gift.
He does.
The last of the Longbottom.
Yes, he has the last of the Longbottom leaf. He hands him a little leather pouch. Hands Pippin a little leather pouch. And Pippin's like, the last of the Longbottom leaf. And Mary's like, I know you ran out. I know you ran out. I know you already smoked all yours. You smoked too much, Pip.
Pippin's like, but we'll see each other soon, won't we? Mary's like, I don't know. He's about to cry. And Gandalf's like, and Pippin's like, and Mary really is now like crying.
Mm-hmm.
The realization's hitting like Pippin. He's like, Mary! And that's when you get Gandalf's line.
Shadowfax, show us the meaning of haste.
Once again, Shadowfax stops, pulls out his pocket dictionary.
He's like, I don't know why you don't know the meaning of it yet. But here it is.
And then, Pippin goes up to this little tower. Aragorn follows him. Thankfully, there's a nice little cutout that's hobbit-sized for Merry to look out on. Right? And Merry's like, he always followed me everywhere I went. Since before we were, before we were since before we were tweens. I would get him into the worst sort of trouble. We saw that. In Farmer Baggett's crop.
Yep.
But I was always there to get him out. And now he's gone. Just like Frodo and Sam. And Aragorn looks at him reassuringly. He's like, one thing I've learned about hobbits, they are most hardy folk. And Merry decides to find some humor in it. He needs to find some levity to, distract him from this. He's like, foolhardy, Merry. He is a took. He has a nice little laugh with Aragorn. And it cuts. And now we have to cut to someone we haven't seen in a while. Arwen.
Yep.
She is making her way to
she's
shores to sail to the Undying
She's in one of those groups of elves walking through the woods.
Yep.
that we saw in Fellowship. And
And
she's
there's a
headed
whole,
toward the ships.
when we hear Elrond's voice speaking over this, he's the directions to the leader of this group. He's like, take her by the safest road. As ship lays anchored in the Grey Havens, it will carry her to the sea. The last journey of Arwen. Right? But as she's going, they're going through these woods. This boy just comes out of nowhere and just runs across. He's wearing a white shirt, just past the elves. And then he looks over, and she looks over, and like all of a sudden, like there's this great hall, and he's running up to this dude that looks like a king.
Yeah, that
the
looks like
dude picks him up.
He looks like an older Aragorn. Like he looks like Viggo Mortensen with gray hair.
And like he seems affectionate towards this boy. Like what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, this little curly-haired boy. He's like, what? Why is this old man picking up this little boy?
And then it turns around, she sees the boy's face. And she looks around his neck.
And he's wearing...
And there it is.
The Even Star. He's wearing...
And the boy looks her in the eyes like, if you go, I won't ever live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so she stops. And she's, and one of the elves that's supposed to be in charge of her is like, hey, lady, Elrond,
get back in
put
line.
me in charge of you.
You gotta go, otherwise I'm fired. There's no like slap on the wrist. There's no, reassignment to a different post. If you leave, I am fired. I don't have a job. So
she just leaves. He's like, my lady. He's seeing this face like, what am I gonna tell Agent Smith?
Time to get on Elfin Deed. Find myself a new job. But I mean, if I've got the king of the elves, against me, then chances are nobody's gonna hire me. So
he's just, I'm gonna have to go on the running man, the running elf. I've been blacklisted.
I hope I don't have to do that, but I mean, maybe I can get on one of the other shows.
Anyway, she rides back to Rivendell, and Elrond is like, oh, gotta fire that guy. But Arwen just looks at like, you have the gift of foresight. What did you see? Now, this is an angry daughter coming in at her father. He's like, I looked into your future and I saw death. But then Arwen's like, there was also life. You saw there was a child. You saw my son. And Elrond's like,
dun dun dun.
That future is almost gone. And I was like, it is not lost. So they talk. And Arwen finally like, if I leave him now, I will regret it forever. And Elrond, or really Agent Smith, he's fighting this. And he's starting to give in to what she's saying. And it's like, it is time. And then we see Arwen back into that hall with the pedestal with the shards and Narsil on it. And she's looking at him. And she's like, from the ashes, a fire shall be woken. A light from the shadow shall spring. Renewed shall be blade that was broken. The crownless again shall be king. And she just looks at her dad. She's like, reforge this sword.
Do it, Daddy.
Hey, she's a princess. She will get what she wants eventually. She will wear down her father. Right? And then when she's thinking that he's not going to listen, she drops this book. And then he sits down next to her. He's like, your hands are cold. The life is leaving you. And I was like,
I love
Dad,
how
this is
he's like, she's on her deathbed, but she's still going to have a long life. She's an elf.
Yes.
She's not going to live forever.
Have a long life.
But, you know.
I mean, okay, yeah. So it's like that. Like, it's like this is my choice, whether you will or not. There is no ship that can bear me now, and so he agrees. And I love this little scene too, because like again, we see them reforging the sword, right?
Yes, I love this little sequence,
and it's perfect. Like they're at a kiln and they're getting the pieces, and they got the fire and they're piecing them together, and they're just smashing it, together. And it's perfect too, because like this is another one of those small little things that doesn't get picked up as much in the movies, but they reference it enough in the movie. They reference it enough in the movie. Is they are master craftsmen.
Yes.
So again, we've talked about Sting. We've talked about the daggers, and
we haven't really talked about Gandalf's sword though, Glamdring.
No, yes, which also glows.
Yeah,
like Sting.
Though it doesn't in this.
Elven...
It doesn't in the movies. It does in the book. In the books, yes. But it doesn't in the movies. In the movies, Sting is the only one that glows.
These are elven-made swords, right? And if you really know the lore, and if you've seen the Rings of Power TV series, you know that it's the elves are also responsible of forging the rings with Sauron.
Yep.
So, yeah. So, yeah, I love, but so little details, but yeah, I love this little particular scene because there's just this elf, right? He's got his blacksmith robe on, and he's just pounding away, and he's putting it into the fire, and he's just creating this new sword out of the shards of Narsil, right? We don't get to see the finished product yet. We have to wait on that. All right, and so we cut back to Gandalf, Pippin, and Shadowfax, showing them the meaning of haste. Just sitting there at the library stand, right? It's like, okay, well, here's the Merriam-Webster definition. Yep. Here is the Roget's, or we can look at this definition, or how about a thesaurus? So we can look at the synonyms. So I can also show the meaning of. Anyway, so no, they're riding through the these different lands. We see Pippin falling asleep. Gandalf's not sleeping, right?
It's right here between Hasselhoff and Hat.
Hasselhoff and Hat. I think actually hasty would be don't be hasty.
Hasty is just a version of haste.
True. Hastings. For your 1066 fans out there. So they ride through, and finally we see them approach the city of Minas Tirith. And now we really get a sense of it. Like when we saw it back in Fellowship, right? We could see it from the distance, and it's this big kind of white city, but
built into the side of a mountain.
Built into the side of a mountain. And at the top is where the king lives, right? Well, really, the Steward lives, where the king would have lived.
Yeah.
But you see, there's layer upon layer upon layer in this city. It's massive.
And Gandalf is just riding through the streets.
Yep. And he's known well in Minas Tirith.
People are like jumping out of the way. Yeah, they call him Mithrandir. One of his many names.
Yeah, and people are just jumping out of the way because like they're used to Gandalf making haste through their city. Right?
Yeah, I mean, he makes haste so much, it's surprising he doesn't know the meaning of it.
And so then they get to the top of it. And so the top of it is you kind of have, it's almost like this open courtyard that has this tree in the center that's
Yeah,
dead.
this white tree.
And it's just kind of green grass on it. And then you can walk out to the very edge of it, and that looks all the way across
Now,
towards Osgiliath and Mordor,
and
right?
there's this long pathway that goes out to the edge of this of the wall of the city.
Yeah.
There's like this walkway that goes all the way out there. Just goes
And at
straight
the other
from
end is the
tree.
Hall of the Kings, right? Which is now the Stewards kind of realm. That's where the kings
But-
keep.
so,
But yeah,
I noticed
it comes to
something.
a point.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Anyway, what did we notice?
So I noticed. So the tree, the white tree of Gondor, how they comment on it. They comment on it not blooming, like not being leafy and all that. How it's kind of withered and dead looking. Do you think maybe that's because there's this sidewalk that goes around this little patch of soil.
Mm-hmm.
The tree's not in the soil. It's on the sidewalk. It's growing through the stones.
Good point.
Think that might be why it's kind of withered and dying?
It might be.
So anyway, just I noticed that, and I'm like, that's probably why. But yeah, so they go into
they dismount, and like is this it's an imposing look. I like how they set it up, right? Because again, the tree's in the center, and you have the hall. And when you come out of the hall, you stare at you would stare at the tree, and then at the edge of the city there, the very top. But you're also staring at Osgiliath, and you're staring at Mordor, right?
Yeah.
And so you're seeing all the fire, and you're seeing Mount Doom and all of that. And so they've been staring at the increasing evil and power that Sauron has been amassing. So like this has been staring at them.
Mm-hmm.
Like it gives you the sense of it. Like
it's been staring at them for 3,000 years.
So, and like to kind of get into the geography of it, right? You have Mordor, and then you have the river that comes through, which is where Osgiliath is, which is kind of like a nice defense aspect right there. And then on the west into the mountain, right, is almost in a straight line is where you have, the Mordor, Osgiliath, Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
And we can get into it later because there's other settings that we'll have. Yeah, so they used to be part of Minas Tirith that are now part of Mordor.
Yeah.
Or of the enemy.
Yeah, so the Black Gate of Mordor and Minas Tirith and Osgiliath kind of form a triangle.
Yeah.
As far like geographically.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
3 points of a triangle.
Yeah. I mean, it's that's a good, yeah. I mean, they're staring straight into the mountains of Mordor. And so, yeah, I mean, they've been seeing the encroaching darkness and the growing darkness. They've seen it just grow darker and darker and darker.
Yeah.
So you can get kind of where some of that despair comes from. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah. Anyway, so, yeah, but they get off, and Pippin sees a tree. He's like, oh, it's a tree, Gandalf. And Gandalf says, yes, it's the white tree of Gondor. The king, the tree of the king. But then he says, Lord Denethor, however, is not the king. He is a steward only, a caretaker of the throne. And they're about to enter, and Gandalf thinks about it. I was like, Pippin speaks a lot, so I might have to tell him a few different things. He's like, so Lord Denethor, he's Boromir's father, and he doesn't know that Boromir is dead. So let's not bring that up. And he loves him more than his other son, so that would definitely be a bad idea.
Yeah.
And maybe not mention Frodo or the ring, because he would probably try to take the ring. Oh, don't mention Aragorn either. He's kind of possessive of his the throne. It's like, perhaps you just should just shut up.
Yeah, just don't say anything.
So they go in the hall.
So they
and it's
go in
this
the hall.
long hall, and they have statues of all
And
these old kings. At the end, right up these huge steps is a throne, and down to the side of it is another smaller throne type seat. Right, which is where Denethor is. He
Yeah.
he cannot sit in the king's
no, he
throne
cannot
because
sit
he's
in
a
the king's
steward.
throne.
And Denethor is not just on the small throne as a walking in, right? You can tell he's downcast. He's
Yes.
sad about something.
Yes.
And Pippin, he's kind of in awe. He's just looking up. He's seeing the statues.
I mean, this is
It's
a
going in.
huge hall.
It's huge. Yes. I mean, it's bigger than the one at Edoras.
Yes.
Than the Golden Hall at Edoras.
Yes.
Which was a big hall also.
Yeah.
But this is big.
This is big.
And
Gondor is a more prestigious city than Edoras.
Yes.
So
yeah, nothing against Rohan and Edoras, right? But I mean, Gondor again. This is the crown jewel of men in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Right, and we can kind of to touch briefly on it because they don't go fully into the full backstory of men, right? But the men of Gondor all come from Numenor, which is an island that is off the west coast of Middle Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's between Middle Earth and the Undying Lands where the elves sail off to.
Yeah.
Right. And this was this great kingdom. Right. And then you start to get men that go to Middle Earth and they establish a kingdom there called Gondor. But Numenor ends up falling. Right. And a lot of it's because they want to, they're not allowed to go to the Undying Lands themselves. And there's a whole backstory to it. But
yeah, the Undying Lands is just for elves.
Yes.
And a select few.
They don't want to share it. A select few. Yes. There are a few lucky people that get the privilege of going there. Right. And so that's kind of where you get this set up. And now there's others from Numenor that end up settling other places within Middle Earth that end up swearing allegiance to Sauron, essentially. But then a bunch of them, they basically Gondor becomes their realm, and there's actually multiple cities within Gondor, but now it's mostly just Minas Tirith and Osgiliath. Mm-hmm. There's a few others, but they don't really come into play within the movie.
Yeah.
There is a place that we'll visit later that used to be a stronghold of Gondor, but that fell.
Yeah.
Right, and it's now controlled by Mordor and the Ringwraiths, which we'll get to soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, Minas Tirith was this crown jewel of the city.
Yeah. Basically,
so it makes sense.
Yeah, basically, if there was a capital city of Middle Earth, it would be Minas Tirith. Essentially.
Yes, exactly. And so it makes sense that this hall is great and grand. And again, when you look up at the king's throne, like it is up these huge marble steps. I mean, it sits high above.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of steps there.
And because the throne that the steward's on really is not that bad of a throne. But then when you compare it to the king's throne,
yeah,
it's a bitty guy.
You think if they ever get a king that really can't take the stairs, you think they're going to install a chairlift?
He gets a hover around. Don't need no chairlift. But I don't know. Potentially, why not?
Or would they just put the throne on the ground?
Maybe just put it on the ground.
Take it down off of those stairs.
Here you go.
Or is that a requirement to be king? You got to be, fit enough to be able to take those stairs.
It's a good question. So one of the things that, again, they don't discuss it within this, but when the line actually breaks for the king, there's technically could have been like multiple claimants to the throne, but they don't want to risk civil war, and so no one claimed it, and they just passed it on to the Stuarts, which eventually you could also see as potentially being a problem because the family of the Stuarts, like, well, we've been
taking care of this throne forever.
And that kind of gets touched on briefly here, right? So, we approach Denethor, and, and theatrically, as we said, this would be the first time you met him. But we've talked about him, and we've already established he's not a good father. He's an angry, bitter man that clearly favored one son over the other. And even with that son, doesn't really, he uses his sons for his own gain and own purposes.
Yep.
Right. And so, Gandalf comes in and he says, "Hail, Denethor, Lord and Steward of Gondor. I come with tidings in this dark hour and with counsel." And then Denethor looks up and he's got, basically this big like robe on, this, it's fur-lined robe.
No big pointy hat.
No big pointy hat. But Denethor wants him to explain something. And he holds up the broken horn of Gondor. Like, perhaps you come to tell me why my son is dead. Now, what's interesting about this, right? So, without the extended editions, if you saw this scene, all right, it's not a problem, right? But we saw Faramir with this horn in Two Towers, right? As he's thinking back to the last time he saw Boromir.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can buy that he could have sent the horn back ahead of them to his father. Right? But we just don't get that scene about how it got passed back.
I mean, that's probably what happened because Faramir would want Denethor to know that Boromir was dead.
Yes. And this is, and part of it's like, it is a short period of time, which they will establish shortly. So, anyway, so he's got the broken horn, right? And we get a flashback of Boromir getting struck by the arrows, right? And Pippin decides not to follow Gandalf's advice, and he speaks.
He speaks.
He gets down on a knee.
He pledges his allegiance to Denethor.
In payment of this debt.
Yes, in payment of the debt that Boromir paid to protect Merry and Pippin.
And Denethor is just kind of indignant. It's like, okay, here's my first command. Like, tell me how you survived. And he didn't, because he was a mighty man and you're tiny. Right? Pippin just straight up tells him, he's like, the mightiest can be slain by one arrow. Boromir was pierced by many. And which, the movie, he gets pierced by 3. In the books, like, no, he's riddled with like arrows.
In the books, he's a pincushion.
And Gandalf, he has enough of this. He just takes his staff, he swats Pippin with it. It's like, get up. And Gandalf's like, hey, no, like, dude, this is gonna be time to grieve, but we got more pressing things at hand right now. Like, war's coming, and the enemy's at your doorstep, and you're charged with the defense of this city. Like, where are your city's armies? I'm out here having a stroll. No one's set to defend the city at all. We're out on the defense.
How am I supposed to go and take my old man strolls out in the fields, in the Pelennor fields, when there's no soldiers out there to protect me from all these orcs that are coming from Mordor?
Yeah, seriously.
I'm just trying to take my morning constitution and I gotta look over my shoulder.
Like, These are nice fields to stroll. I mean, granted, I can see Mount Doom erupting out over there, but still,
Hey,
it's a nice
you hit it at
morning
the
air.
right time of the day, and that lava flow is beautiful. The way the sun hits it.
There's a good point to that. Anyway, so Denethor is still being grumpy. Well, Gandalf continues. Sorry. It's like, just tells him, hey, you have friends. You're not alone in this fight. Send word to Theoden and Rohan. Light the beacons. And then that's when, Denethor is just going to have none of this. He's
Yeah.
like, you think you're wise, Mithrandir, yet for all your subtleties, you have not wisdom. Do you think the eyes, the White Tower, are blind? I have seen more than you know. So right now, this tells us something. What does it tell us?
This tells us that Denethor doesn't care what happens to anybody.
Nope.
He doesn't care that Sauron is amassing his forces to take out Gondor and then the rest of Middle-earth.
No.
He's drunk with power because he's the steward of Gondor.
I'm the steward, bitch.
And he's sitting in the place of the king.
I get all the grape tomatoes I want.
Yes, he does. And we see what he does with them later.
He can say, like, with your left hand, you would use me as a shield against Mordor, and with your right, you seek to supplant me. I know who rides with Theoden. Yes, words have reached my ears of this Aragorn, son of Arathorn. And I tell you now, I will not bow to this ranger from the north, last of our ragged house, long bereft of lordship. He's a pleasant dude.
Oh, yeah. Totally the kind of guy you want to go and have a drink with.
Totally. He just keeps getting angrier about it. Angrier and angrier. He's starting to spit about this, right? And and Gandalf just simply tells him, like, authority is not given to you to deny the return of the king, Stuart.
He said the name of the movie.
Yes! We got it! We got the
name! I mean, Elrond said, you are now the Fellowship of the Ring, and the Fellowship of the Ring. Did anybody ever actually say the Two Towers in the Two Towers?
Yes, Galadriel does. She talks about the union as a union of the Two Towers when she's speaking with Elrond.
Yes, that's right. Then
so
Galadriel says the Two Towers, and now Gandalf says the Return of the King. It's always nice when movies say their title.
It's all the people that possess the Elven rings.
It is. Wow.
Denethor does not like Gandalf telling him that. He's like, the rule is mine and no others. Okay, so the Gandalf and Pippin, they leave. So what's not really said here, though, is that Denethor also has a Palantir that he has used to see this. This is how he knows all this information, right? They don't tell us in the movie, right? Yeah. It gets applied in those lines right there, right? But he does have a seeing stone, so.
Yeah, because I mean, there were 7 of them. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
And most of them were lost.
Yes.
So yeah. But yeah, in the book, Denethor has one.
Yeah, and it's Sauron uses it to kind of corrupt him and bring him to despair, to make him think that there is no hope at all.
Yep.
And he goes about in a far different way than Saruman does, right? Which we'll discover as we go further into the movie, right? So Gandalf, he's now really grumpy. He was expecting a nice conversation with Denethor. That's not what he got,
Nope.
right? And so
And he was
they come
expecting
out,
Pippin
and
to keep his
again,
mouth shut, but you know, Pippin never can seem to keep his mouth shut.
can't keep his mouth shut, can't keep his hands to himself. Just how it goes, right? So they get out of the hall, right? And as they go out the doors, right? They can see Mordor all the way over there, right? And the sunlight's not quite hitting Mount Doom the right way, where it just makes it just seem like a nice afternoon stroll, right? And so Gandalf says, he's like, yeah, this city has stood for 1,000 years, and at the whim of a madman, it will fall.
The whim of a
Hey, we've heard.
madman.
I like that. Have John Noble and Dennis Hopper go on adventures together.
I would watch that movie.
They can be called the whim of a madman. And they just we'll see what crazy shit they get into. they 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 walk by the tree, right? And it's he says, yeah, the white tree, the tree of the king will never bloom again. And what's interesting about it, right? It's like they have guards all around this tree.
Yeah.
Pippin asks a very appropriate question. Why are they guarding it?
Which he should be asking, why is it growing out of the sidewalk instead of out of the patch of soil right next to it?
But Gandalf's like, yeah, no, because they have hope. It's a faint hope that one day it will flower again, and the king will come, and the city will be as it once was before it fell into decay. Right? And I like this next part. It's like the old wisdom born out of the West was forsaken. Kings made tombs more splendid than the houses of the living, and counted the old names of their descent dearer than the names of their sons. Childless lords sat in aged halls, mushing on heraldry or in high, cold towers, asking questions of the stars. And so the people of Gondor fell into ruin. The line of kings failed, and the white tree withered, and the rule of Gondor was given over to lesser men. Good thing Denethor didn't hear him say that.
I know, right?
And now they look out and now this guy is getting darker as they're saying this, right? Like they keep looking out the Mordor. It's just getting darker and darker and darker. And Gandalf just says, yeah, this city's always lied in the shadow of Mordor. And Pippin's like, oh, looks like a storm is coming. And Gandalf's like, no, that's not the weather of this world. That's Sauron's making. He sheds it ahead of his host because the orcs don't like daylight. He's going to cover the sun to ease their passage. And when the shadow gets here, the city will fall. So there we go. Nice setup.
Yeah.
They're racing against the shadow.
Yep.
And so Pippin's like, Minas Tirith. Always had this on my bucket list. Let's go.
So couldn't they just set up a bunch of UV lamps around Gondor? Like around the walls of Minas Tirith and Osgiliath and
They could have also used the old reflecting mirror, Egyptian type of deal, where they'll just set a bunch of those up. You get the sun from one angle somewhere, and just it bounces, and you just pew,
and
then you just flood the Pelennor fields with sunlight that way.
Yeah, that could work. Maybe get some Archimedes' death rays.
Yeah, I like it. And so, but finally, Gandalf's like, no, we're not Minas Tirith. I thought, Pippin, you're stuck here with me. And then we cut. We're back to Sam and Gollum.
And Frodo's
Sam,
there too.
Oh yeah, excuse me, Frodo. Well, Sam, he's always thinking about back to the Shire. Not always, but I like when he thinks back to the Shire.
Hmm.
He's thinking, huh, it must be near tea time back in the Shire right now. At least in decent places, it would be tea time.
Yep.
And Gollum looks back, it's like, we're not in decent places. I would love to see them have some tea with Gollum.
That would be awesome.
Gollum and Smeagol having tea together, you know?
I mean, would you get two
We
cups?
don't have Earl Grey.
Would you have two cups? One for Gollum, one for Smeagol?
Yes.
Holds one in his left hand, one in his right. Puts both pinkies up.
Just chai, precious. But then Frodo just stops, and Sam's like, "Oh, what's up, Mr. Frodo?" And Frodo's like, "Oh, it's just a feeling that I won't be coming back." But Sam tries to like, "No, no, yes, you will. You know, we're going there and back again, just like Mr. Bilbo used to say." Right? And then they approach the statue that's fallen down and vandalized by these
Yeah.
orcs. Right? Its head has this metal plated
Yeah,
stone
well, the statue's
around it.
still there, but the head's gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is added into the extended edition.
Hmm.
Right? But it's got like this crown of flowers
Yeah.
on its head.
Yeah, so it's got these white flowers that are growing all over its head. And like
And then there's
crown.
a point where the sun just peeks through ever so gently,
And
and you see the flowers
on the flowers.
briefly bloom. And Sam notices this. It's like, Mr. Frodo, the king has a crown again. Right? And then the clouds go over the sun,
Yeah,
goes back in the darkness.
Because when they found the statue, then Frodo mentioned that this is one of the lands of Gondor that was overtaken by Mordor.
Yes. Because you gotta remember, you know, as we talked about, as you know, you almost have a straight line from where Sam and Frodo are headed, Osgiliath and Minas Tirith, right? You know, the Black Gate's further up from where they were, obviously, right? But, you know, obviously Mordor is still, as we've seen, directly due east of Gondor. And you have this whole area that's kind of between there. And, you know, Sam and Frodo right now are somewhere in that area between all of that. And it's all like desolate area that used to be Gondor, but it's fallen.
Yeah.
So we get back into Minas Tirith. It's nighttime. And Pippin now is inspecting the armor and the sword that's been given to him because Denethor could have just, it's like, you know what? No, I'm not holding you to the oath.
But no, Denethor, he likes to make people suffer, basically.
And
you know,
it's like
he likes the idea of people, you know, taking care of his every need.
That's correct.
And so if somebody pledges fealty to him, he's going to take it.
Yeah. And Pippin just looks at it. It's like, I guess they don't expect me to do fighting, do they? This is just a ceremonial position. And Gandalf is smoking. It's like he's getting his chance to get his smoke on right now because he knows any moment, like, it's going to hit the fan. So he's going to try to enjoy it. And he just looks at Pippin's like, you're the service that Stuart Peregrine took. You're going to do as you told. And Gandalf is like, ridiculous hobbit, guard of the citadel. He's just kind of like irritated by all of it. Right? Pippin pours him a drink. Gandalf does say thank you. And Pippin looks out. There's no stars. And he's like, is it time, Gandalf? Gandalf is like, yes. And Pippin just notices, it's so quiet. You know, it's like it's the deep breath before the plunge. And Pippin's like, I don't want to be in a battle, but waiting on the edge of one I can't escape. And then it's like one of the lines that stood out to me from the trailers, like, is there any hope, Gandalf, for Frodo and Sam? And Gandalf, because he is a comforting old wizard,
Mm-hmm.
just gets close, gets down closer to Pippin's level. It's like there was never much hope, just a fool's hope.
Just a fool's hope.
But Gandalf explains a little bit more that, he's obviously ready with his orcs, but he's also gathering legions of Herodrum from the south, and then which are the group that we saw earlier with the Oliphants.
Yeah. Yep.
Then a group we really haven't seen yet, but we will see later in the movie as well. We get just a brief glimpse of them here, mercenaries from the coast. And we see these boats with these double sails going down this river.
Going down the river.
One's being led by Peter Jackson.
Yep.
In his cameo for Return of the King.
Who would have thought that Peter Jackson would be on the bad guy's side?
I mean, yeah. And I'm really shocked by this because I saw him holding a carrot and belching in Bree. I saw him plunging a spear into Uruk High in Two Towers. Yeah. So how did he get onto this boat?
I don't know, but he's there. Maybe he's a spy.
Ooh.
Maybe he's not really one of the bad guys. Maybe he's purposely leading these boats so that they can get where they're going to be getting later. So that the things that, happen later can happen.
I like it. So, but then Gandalf just says, this will be the end of Gondor. The hammer stroke will fall hardest. Well, he says here it will fall hardest. If the river is taken, right? Because the river goes through Osgiliath. Does not go right by Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
Osgiliath is like this, the kind of like the citadel there. It's the defense against Minas Tirith, right?
Yep.
It's the defense of the city will be gone, right? And then Pippin's like, well, we got the White Wizards. We've got Gandalf. We're good.
Yeah, Gandalf can handle anything.
But then he's like, well,
my wizard can beat up your wizard.
But he's got something else other than a wizard. His deadliest servant that will lead Mordor's armies into war. Right? The one they say no living man can kill. The Witch King of Angmar. Who we discover is one of the ring wraiths. In which ring wraith?
Gandalf tells Pippin that you've encountered him before. He's the one that stabbed Frodo on Weathertop.
So I like how all of a sudden they make him more badass now, right? He's just, before, he's riding on a horse, occasionally riding on a dragon-like creature. Now he's in the middle of this dark tower, and they're giving him like new armor, and this bigger
and this
sword,
big spiky crown.
This really, huge spiky crown, like different than the one that we saw Sauron. It's like wearing.
It's like a spiky helmet crown thing that they put on his head.
It's resembles a lot like the spiky crown on the Statue of Liberty. Right?
Yeah.
Like the spikes coming out from the sides, but they also have some that are coming up.
But it also has like the
it's got like these fang type.
Yeah. It's got like the face part like Russell Crowe's helmet in Gladiator.
Yeah, that's like in Gladiator. Yes. So it's a badass looking piece of helmetry. Right? But yeah, we get a scene of, the flashback of him stabbing Frodo on Weathertop. And he looks at him like, he is the Lord of the Nazgul, the greatest of the nine, and Minas Morgul is his lair, which is a name we've heard at the end of Two Towers, right?
Yep.
Faramir discovers that's the direction that Gollum is leading Frodo and Sam. And Minas Morgul used to be a city in Gondor before it fell to the orcs. Excuse me. And it wasn't called Minas Morgul then, obviously.
No.
It had a fairer name, but
It was like
it is
Meanest
where,
Nice Place or something like that.
yeah. Mount Daisy. Mount Puppies. Right. So, but yeah, that's where Minas Morgul is where the nine are from. Right. And we also saw it at the beginning of Fellowship, right? When they're storming out to go to Hobbiton to search for the ring.
Yeah.
But so we cut there and we get there and Gollum calls it the Dead City. Very nasty place. Full of enemies.
Very nasty place, full of animals.
And it's kind of cool. It's got like this greenish glow to it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the
it's like
stare,
a greenish
though,
mist, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Gollum's like, he just tells them they gotta be quick because they'll see you. It's like you gotta come away, right? Because they don't have to go past it, right? The stair, which is really almost kind of like a rock ladder that's just right into the face of the mountain.
Yeah.
That goes basically almost straight up.
And there's this
is prior to it.
There's this statue up at the top of the pathway that goes into Minas Morgul.
Yes.
That it's kind of reminiscent of Zool.
Aim for the flat top.
That's Gozer. But no, it's kind of reminiscent of Zool, but it's got longer horns on it.
Yeah, it's a funky gargoyle.
Yeah. And so Frodo, he sort of gets distracted by this. And
yeah, he's almost like hypnotized.
Yeah, he's kind of hypnotized and starts walking toward Minas Morgul. And so Gollum is, trying to get him to snap out of it and go,
"What's it doing?"
And so then Sam finally gets over there and gets Frodo's attention and gets him to move.
And yeah,
but he's acting like he's acting like he's being drawn toward Minas Morgul.
Right. Like he's like, I think he says like they're calling me. Right. And again, he does have a ring that, the life force of its creator is bound to the people that inhabit that castle.
Mm-hmm.
And there's gargoyles.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Right. And so as he pulls him off and as they go back to the steps, the middle of the city all of a sudden just erupts. And this light goes straight up to the sky.
This green light just goes straight up.
And Minas Tirith can see it, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at Frodo.
Cut back to Minas Tirith,
Pippin, and Gandalf. Yeah.
It's, we see it from there.
It's like, oh, that's where Frodo is. Mm-hmm. Let's just stroll down there right now. Right? You see all these soldiers looking out at it from the city. I like this little scene, this small little touch where, Gandalf just draws Pippin closer to him, right? To kind of protect him and reassure him, right? And then the Witch King and all of a sudden this army of orcs just start marching out of the city. Right? And then you see this the Witch King fly out on his beast. And it just shrieks, this terrible, terrible shriek. Right? And, Gollum and Sam and Frodo, they're all cowering, right? And this is terrifying. And now the shriek happens and Frodo feels the blade again in his shoulder, right? And they're trying to hide the best they can because there's a massive army marching out of this. And there's not a lot of hiding places for them. Right? And so finally, Gollum just tells them, like, hurry, hobbits. We must climb.
So they start climbing up this rock wall.
Up the stairs we go.
That, like you said, is more like just a rock ladder up the side of this mountain.
And it's like, yeah, we gotta go up the stairs, and then he says, into the tunnel.
Into
And
the
Sam's like, okay.
tunnel.
Sam's like, wait a second here.
What is
What
in this
tunnel?
tunnel?
And Sam's like, okay, look at listen here. If anything happens to him, you have me to answer to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a Goonie. We never say die.
Exactly.
Uh, so it's not going to be end too well for you. Right? He just says like, yeah, one sniff of something not right, one hair stands up in the back of my head. He just says, there's no more sinker, no more stinker. You're a goner. So I love this. Sam just threatens him. I like, no, I will kill you.
Yeah. Yeah. Sam, from at the beginning of Fellowship, he was this, nice, happy, wouldn't hurt a fly hobbit in Hobbiton, and now he's
by the end of the
if
first
anything
movie,
happens to him, I will murder you.
If he is someone that gets a hangnail going through this tunnel, it's done.
You will lose your head.
I have a frying pan, and I know how to use it.
He's got a sword too, but he relies on his frying pan more.
At least at this point. And Frodo's like, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Like, "Oh, we were just talking about who's going to win the big game this weekend." Gollum has points on the orcs. I'm taking the under on the number of deaths.
My money's on the Eagles. Gollum's got the Nazgul. I've got the Eagles.
Hey, we're both taking the under on the. But anyway. Oh boy. Gollum just though, as they continue to go up the steps, Gollum grins, and we finally cut back. And this is we kind of cut back a few different scenes now between Minas Tirith and Osgiliath, right?
Yeah.
Gandalf has a mission for Peregrine.
Yes.
Right? Or for Pippin.
For Pippin.
And as he does this, we cut into Osgiliath. And Faramir, he's there. He's looking around. He's surveying the thing, right? His second command just tells him, yeah, it's been quiet across the river. These orcs are like they're lying low. Like, it's like, oh yeah, well, we send scouts out, so they attack from the north. We'll have at least some warning. Right? But little they know, we cut to the river. And the orcs are in this full garrison, just boats, quietly going down the river.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then we get the ugliest orc that's probably featured in this entire series, Gothmog. Right?
Yeah, he's
one
got
of the orcs,
messed up face.
One of the orcs makes a little bit of noise, and he's just like, quiet. You can tell right away, like, he will kill any one of these orcs without hesitation. And then sadly, one of the soldiers that's on the wall spots them. So Gothmog just says, kill him.
Kill him.
The guy gets shot with an arrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they get some warning because he falls into the water. And so, he doesn't fall in the water. He falls back. And they discover, one of our guys is dead. With an arrow. And Faramir's like, they're not coming from the north, I guess. They're coming from the river.
Yep.
And so, the men gather, and they're gonna, they hide behind these pillars. So they
put up 2 lanterns in the old North Church. Because they're coming by sea.
Yes. So they kind of wait in secret for all these orcs to get off the boats, and they start running past them, and they attack because they're greatly outnumbered. So they needed some element of surprise on here, but there's no way that they're gonna survive this fight because there's just too many numbers for what they have, and he just starts the orcs to swarm the city, right? So this is put in contrast to what's going back on in Minas Tirith with Gandalf and Pippin,
Yeah.
right? And so this is slightly different than what happens in the book. But it's okay because how it happens here in the movie is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So there's this big light tower. Right?
Yeah, it's this tower, and like in this tower, there's just at the top of it, there's just a pile of logs, and above that, there's a little
lamp.
There's a little bowl hanging, little bowl full of oil that's hanging.
Yeah.
And so Pippin goes and climbs up there.
He pours a little bit of the oil onto the
he reaches up to get to try to pour some oil on there, but it's a little bit too high for him because he's short.
Yes, he's short. He didn't drink enough of the et drought.
This is made for men, not for hobbits. So he's able to get a hold of the bowl, and he falls, and it sort of turns over and just dumps oil all over the place.
And then he climbs down, and he actually, he lights it, and it starts catching on fire. And I like how Gandalf is standing guard. He's looking around. He's just nodding at people as they walk by. Because they're doing this in secret. There's like 2 people guarding this tower.
Yeah, he sent Pippin up there because Pippin's small. He could sneak past him.
Yes. And like theoretically, he's a wizard. He could just shoot a beam up there, but like that's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
So, but it lights, and Gandalf smiles, and he turns around and he looks out at this other mountain peak that's like on the other side of the city,
and you can tell, you can see it in his face. He's like, "Come on, come on, come on, come on,
come on,
see it."
And then you see this fire. He's like, yes.
Yeah. So on this mountain,
he doesn't get that excited.
Then this flame lights up,
and then
I always like this sequence.
I love this. So there's this guard that's supposed to be one that's there. He's like, the beacon is lit. The beacon is lit. And then Denethor, he sees it from his bedroom, I guess. And he's grumpy. He's like,
"Who lit my beacon?" But so then it just shows just like over the mountains across the land.
The music is so awesome. And it just goes between different mountain peaks. You'll see one light up.
You see one light up, and then
you wait for the other.
Another one lights up a little farther down, and then
right, and it gets into nighttime eventually, right? And the lighting up at night. You have one where it's just 2 peaks sticking above the clouds.
Yeah,
right.
And one lights on one of the peaks, and then one lights on the other peak.
And we continue to go, and then we see little people at times lighting the different beacons.
They'll see them.
They light them. They get excited. They wave the things.
You see them jump up from where they're sitting. They run over, grab their torch, light the beacon, and then
I've been sitting here for 50 years,
and finally, I get to light this beacon. My job is done. I can finally go home and see my family.
I've always wondered, like, do they do this in shifts, or do they just like draw lots? Like, hey, tough luck.
Well, you don't really see any huts up there by the beacons, so.
How does this all work? But yeah, and the music just gets, it keeps going. It keeps going. And then finally we get one that lights near Edoras.
So we're at Edoras. And one lights on the mountains near Edoras. And
if Aragorn, he's just sitting outside the Golden Hall there. He's chilling. He's having some lunch, right? He's enjoying himself. And he sees it light up. And he gets that tingling feeling himself.
He's like, the beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid.
Yep, he just rushes into the hall, right? And Theoden's there. He's talking like stuff with gambling, and Legolas and Gimli are there, right? Yeah, he's like, the beacons are lit! The beacons are lit! Gondor calls for aid.
The British are coming.
And then everyone looks at Theoden. What's he gonna decide? Is he gonna say, screw
I mean, the last
Gondor?
conversation that he had with with Aragorn was that he would never help Gondor because Gondor doesn't help him. So everybody's expecting him to just ignore the beacon.
It's like, no.
But yeah.
Go about your business.
But when Aragorn says the beacons are lit, Gondor calls for aid, then there's a long pause. And then Theoden says, and Rohan will answer.
Muster the Rohirrim. Right? And then I love it because then, we cut to this tower that's outside of Edoras, right? And there's this bell. This guy has climbed a ladder to the top of it. He's just banging the bell.
Yep. Another job.
Another
guy who's been sitting there for 50 years. Just waiting. Just waiting to ring this bell.
Hey, at least he has a house at the base of this.
Yes.
Right? So Theoden says, like, okay, assemble the army at Dunharrow, right? Which is like this huge meeting place where Rohan will muster themselves together before they ride off, right? So he tells Aemir, you have 2 days to assemble the, as many as you can. And on the third, we ride for Gondor and war. Right? Theoden looks at gambling, basically gives him the same instructions. He's like, yeah, make haste, cross the river mark, and get every able-bodied man. Gambling obliges, right? And then Theoden turns around, right? Oh, wait, not yet. Right, so now we have Aragorn, back there in the village, and he sees Eowyn.
So, real quick, is that
you're riding with us?
Is that green beam that came up from Minas Morgul?
Oh yes.
Is that like just giving the rest of Middle Earth a heads up that hey, in a week we're going to attack you?
Good question.
Because how does Theoden know that they have 3 days?
He doesn't. I guess he's just trying to get as many as possible.
They might get to Gondor and it's already been overthrown.
Damn.
Well,
guess I should have said 1 day.
Back to Edoras.
Let's do this as discreetly as possible. So Aragorn's getting ready outside the stables. He sees Eowyn. He's like, oh, are you riding with us? It's like, oh, no, it's a tradition for the woman of court to farewell the men. And then he sees she has a sword in the saddlebag. He's like,
Yeah, somebody's not being completely honest with me.
But she looks at no. And then we cut to Merry, and he's talking with Theoden. Now, this is one of the things that sadly does kind of get the short shaft a little bit on the books.
Mm-hmm.
The relationship between Theoden and Merry.
Yeah.
But I get it. They're supposed to be riding the war, and it's hard to develop that time that they kind of the more conversational aspects to get between these two. But Merry is also offering his service to Theoden, just like Pippin offers his service, right? And Theoden's far more generous.
Yes, Theoden's far more understanding of what this means, and far more protective of Merry.
Yes,
when it comes to the duties that he's expected to to complete.
It's like, I gladly accept your service. You shall be Meriadoc, Esquire of Rohan. I love how gleeful Merry gets to this.
Merry gets all excited. Meriadoc, Esquire of Rohan. And every time that I see that he says Meriadoc Esquire of Rohan, I can't help but think Bill S. Preston Esquire. Dead Theodore Logan.
That's a good one. I haven't thought about that. So we cut to Legolas and Gimli because, nothing excites them more than kill a bunch of orcs together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're getting rid of Gimli's like, horsemen, I wish I could muster a legion of dwarves fully armed and filthy. I love it, fully armed and filthy.
Fully armed and filthy.
And swimming with little hairy woman.
Which makes you kind of wonder. I mean, where are all the dwarves now?
Well, this is what I want to bring up, because Legolas says something next, right? He says, "Well, your kinsmen may have no need to ride to war. I fear war already marches on their own lands." Right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what, I'm glad he brought that up, right? So you do wonder what's going on with the dwarves right now. We saw dwarves at the Council of Elrond.
Yes. But
Gimli was not the only dwarf there.
His father was there too, Glow.
His father was there, yes. They don't say that he's there in the movie, but in the book, it's established that he goes there with his dad, Gloin. Right? Now, we don't see Balin there, obviously. He's expecting Balin to be in Moria, which I guess technically he is in Moria. He's just dead.
Balin is in Moria, yeah. They find that out later. After the Council of Elrond.
But, there's a whole other of the dwarves that were from The Hobbit that are still doing stuff in Middle Earth, right? And now there is an answer to this. And they do give us this little bit of a line that just tells them that, they're also busy doing their own fighting. So they, we see that they are busy, especially fighting with some of the men in the north, especially the Dale men, right? And you've seen the Hobbit movie.
Yeah.
Kind of what we're talking about, right? But in the northern part of the kingdoms here, east of the Misty Mountains, right? After you come through the mountains like they did, they're more, Rohan and Gondor are at the southern ends.
Yep.
Right? And you have lands
north, you got north,
like
Dale,
Mirkwood, which is where Legolas is from, Mirkwood.
Yeah.
And then you got like Dale's a city of men, and there's other areas.
Town, you got the Lonely Mountain.
Like the Lonely Mountain. Right. And it's established, in the, I guess it's the appendices of the books. Like, while this is happening, like the dwarves and the men up there and the elves up there are busy fighting orcs and other armies of men that were loyal to Sauron. Right. So we don't get to see that aspect of this full scale assault that Sauron has. Right. It's actually kind of crucial to what happens later in the movie, because like they're holding back these armies that are trying to advance to go down to Gondor.
Yeah.
Right. And it's those men and those dwarves.
Yeah. Basically,
right?
Sauron is amassing armies all around so that they can come in from all directions.
Yep. Just trap it. So they give us that small little line there to give you that sense that the dwarves are occupied, because it is like, okay, yeah, what are the dwarves doing? We've seen the elves help at Helm's Deep. If it's strictly looking at the movies,
yeah,
you do need somewhat of a line to understand, because you can't just think, well, all the dwarves are in Moria, because obviously there's more dwarves than that.
Yeah,
that's just one kingdom, because obviously Gimli came from somewhere.
But yeah, and you need that line to explain why Gimli is the only dwarf that's been fighting all these battles for these three movies.
So they have that there. That's fine, right? So they get ready to go off. Merry is trying to get his little pony to move, and the pony ignores Merry. Right? As everyone's running off.
I love that.
I love this look. He's
sitting on his back, and he's just like kicking his heels into the sides, and it's not moving. He's like trying to bounce it up and down a little bit.
I love this look though. Like Theoden looks back at the city and he sees this banner of the white horse, right? And he's looking, kind of mournfully back over the city, right? You can tell he's thinking like, there's a high likelihood that I will never see this again, right? And he has a voiceover. It's like it's before uh Minas Tirith that the doom of our time will be decided, right? And we get Éomer shouting something out to the Rohirrim about the oaths they have taken, and they all ride off. And now we get back in Osgiliath, right? We can't forget that. Oh yeah, Osgiliath's been
Osgiliath
in that battle
under attack,
right? And Faramir finally says, "Well, we got to retreat."
Yeah,
right. Like we got to ride back to Minas Tirith. Like the two cities are really close to each other. Like but it's a quick ride. But when you're under attack, it's not necessarily the quickest ride.
Yeah, I mean you can clearly see one from the other. They're only a few miles away.
Yes. It's kind of like, not quite, probably, it's further, but like, from like, San Francisco, you can see Oakland, maybe Dallas, Fort Worth, Minneapolis, St. Paul type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
One's obviously the larger city. So,
yeah.
But then Nazgul start flying in, right? And, they got to get out of there, right? And unfortunately, as they're leaving, his second in command he ends up falling. Like he gets attacked, right? And then we got Gothmog, right? He's looking at him and he just takes a spear and just stabs him in the chest with it and kills him. And he's like, the age of men is over. The time of the orc has come.
The age of men is over. The time of the orc has come.
That's good. Good job. So they, Faramir, right, and all those are left are, they are riding off, going across the Pelennor fields and back towards Minas Tirith, right? And they're riding off, with the Nazgul going after them. Yep. Right? And so they have a race to the walls. But this is where they do have the White Wizard for something. He comes running out of the city. So you can continue.
So he comes riding out of the city, and the Nazgul are they're coming down, they're picking up horses and all this, and it looks like they're not going to make it to Minas Tirith. So then Gandalf comes riding out on Shadowfax, and he raises up his staff, and this light shines out of the tip of the staff, and it's like a spotlight onto the Nazgul, and it pushes them back, and it buys the soldiers enough time to get away from them. And so they all get back into Gondor, and the Nazgul fly back to Mordor.
They get to the gates. I love the beam of light, by the way.
Yes, me too.
Like classic. That's Tolkien-esque all the way.
Yeah.
Right. And Faramir just comes through. He's like, yeah, there's battalions of orcs. Like, and you get this character. He's like, oh, this is how this Lord Denethor predicted this. And again, I was like, oh, he foreseen this and he did nothing. And he turns around and then Pippin is there.
Yeah, Pippin's there.
And Faramir's like, oh, I've seen someone like that before.
There's a halfling here.
At first, Faramir's just staring at him, and Pippin feels kind of awkward about it. Gandalf's like, hey, don't stare. You've seen one of these things before, haven't you? It's like, yeah, no, Faramir, this is not the first halfling you've come across. And Faramir's, he's like, no. And Pippin gets excited. It's like,
yes, Pippin's
Frodo and Sam.
Frodo and Sam. He has met them.
It's like, yeah, in Ithilien, not 2 days ago. But then he's got bad news for Gandalf. He's like, dude, they're taking the road to the Morgul Vale.
Yeah.
and Cirith Ungol.
Up over Cirith Ungol, and yeah.
And Faramir's like, yeah. And there's this ugly looking thing that's been with them. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, Faramir, tell me everything. And that's when he gets his meeting with Daddy, and Daddy's none too happy.
So Denethor is mad at Faramir for ditching Osgiliath.
And letting the ring go, because he tells him that I let that ring of power, I had it in my grasp, and I let the dude go.
Yeah. And Denethor just starts going on about how Boromir wouldn't have failed him. Boromir would have brought him the ring. Boromir wouldn't have let Osgiliath fall to the orcs.
He's like, he would have brought me back this kingly gift, and we could have hidden it, and we just could have kept it there into the hour out of utmost need. In favor, like, I wouldn't use it. Not if Minas Tirith were falling in ruin. I would, and I alone could save her. I would not use the ring. And Denethor's like, oh, ever you appear humble and lordly. Right? And then Faramir really just twists the knife in on his dad.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, Boromir would not have brought the ring back to you. He would have kept it for himself and taken it. Denethor jumps out of his chair, his seat. And he's like, you know nothing of this matter. And Faramir kept saying, like, no, he would have kept it for his own. And when he returned, you would not have recognized your son. Denethor's like, Boromir was loyal to his father, not some wizard's pupil. And then Denethor falls because he's just been so angry he can't even control his body right now, his limbs. And Faramir, because he still loves his dad, he looks with pity on him and calls him father. Denethor looks up and says, my son. And this is where we get Sean Bean in the room again.
Yep.
Right? And he's just smiling like he's coming in like days of old.
Yep.
But then he just vanishes.
And then Denethor realizes that he's not looking at Boromir. He's looking at Faramir. And yeah, he doesn't like Faramir.
He just tells him, leave me. Faramir hangs his head down and he departs. And it's just, yep. Not going well. Right? So we cut back. We're with Gollum and Sam again. And Frodo. Can't forget Frodo. he only has the ring.
Can't forget Frodo. Frodo's only one of the most important characters in this story.
They're still going up the secret stairs.
Well,
right?
Aren't they sleeping now?
Not yet. They're about to.
Okay.
Right? They get up to like this ledge area, right? And Smeagol's trying to help them up. And he's like, careful, very far to fall. Right?
Very far to fall. Fat hobbits fall.
But as Frodo's about to get up to the ledge, and Gollum sees the ring around his neck, right? And again, you get the look in his eyes, right?
Yeah.
And he reaches his hand out.
And so, like, he's reaching for the ring. And Sam sees this. And he reaches for his sword. And then, so Gollum, when it looks like he's about to grab the ring, he goes and grabs Frodo's wrist and helps him get his hand placement to be able to climb up. Helps pull him up.
And so Gollum plays it. Now he's seen Gollum really start playing the two of them off each other now. It's like Gollum's like, oh, why does he hate poor Smeagol? What has Smeagol done to him? Right? And Gollum's just like, you carry heavy burden. Heavy burden.
Heavy burden.
It's like, he can't know. And he wants it. He needs it.
He wants it for himself. Stupid fat hobbit.
Very soon he'll ask it from you. You will see that fat one will take it. And then I like how Sam looks at Frodo struggling to get off the
Yeah.
steps. And he just clutches the ring. He's like, you can't have it. No, no, no.
No way. No way, Jose. So they get up there and yeah.
So go ahead.
So yeah, they get up there and they're on this little ledge, sort of this landing between stairs.
Yes.
And
they take a nap or they sleep. What was a nap? Sleep? Whatever it is.
Well, yeah. So they're sleeping, and Frodo and Sam are sleeping.
Gollum's
and
not.
Gollum, he's going through their bag. And
That's right.
And he finds the lembas bread. So he breaks off a little piece of it, and he crumbles it up and sprinkles the crumbs all over Sam's cloak, and then tosses the bread down the cliff.
Yep. So they leave us on that, and we'll get back to the end result of that later.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Nice, fiendish little scene.
Yeah.
Right? We're back in Osgiliath. We got the Witch King talking to Gothmog about sending forth all legions that leave none alive. And Gothmog, though, wants to know what to do with the wizards.
What about the wizard?
Just like, I will break him. Right? And so we're back in the walls of Gondor, right? And like the soldiers are wondering what's going on, right? They can see Osgiliath just fell. It's getting darker and darker. This green light just shot up from Minas Morgul.
Yep.
The night before. The beacons got lit. Denethor, the Stewart's nowhere to be seen. So like, so are Theoden's riders coming? Right? And Gandalf's like, Gandalf doesn't know. All he knows is like,
hell if I know.
You just have to have courage. Courage.
They should have come up with a way, like when they light the beacons, there should have been like a second set of beacons or something, so that they could like let them know that they're on their way, rather than just, hey, let's light these beacons and hope somebody shows up.
Like, didn't think of that. So we got back into the halls, and Pippin is ready to take his swearing in.
Yeah, so he's in his armor.
He has a little chat with Faramir.
Yeah, so he's in his armor, and Faramir's there, and Pippin says that it's a little big. It's a little bit big on him.
Was it made with hobbits in mind?
Yeah, and Faramir says that, well, it wasn't made with hobbits in mind. It was a little bit ill-fitting on me too.
It's like, oh, this was yours.
And Faramir's like, yes, my father had it made for me when I was a child.
Then he thinks kind of mournfully. He's like, but Boromir was always the fighter anyway. He was the soldier. He was so like my father. Proud, stubborn, but strong. Right? And then Pippin's like, well, I think you have another type of strength. And one day your father will see it. Now, does his dad see it?
No. I doubt it. I mean,
I think he does feel,
he does feel, yeah, he does come to feel something about Faramir.
But, so we see him take his oath. Denethor is happy about this, right? Mm-hmm. Even though there's a massive army of orcs just a city away from him.
But no, he's got a new soldier in the fight against communism.
Who is a hobbit. His son just nearly died, but hey, his only remaining son just nearly died. His other son did just die. right? And so now, I love how he puts his hand down again. So when Mary gives his loyalty to Theoden, he doesn't have to kiss her ring,
Nope.
right? No.
Nope. But no, yeah, the first thing Denethor does is shove his hand in Pippin's face so that he can reluctantly kiss his ring.
And then, he Faramir's there. He's waiting for his instructions from his dad. He's like, and Denethor says, I shall not forget it, nor fail to reward that which is given. Fealty with love, valor with honor. And he looks at Faramir, disloyalty with vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, he could have hidden that a little bit more.
And then, he sits down at this table and he's got like roast chicken and grapes and tomatoes and all these other fine foods. It's like, I don't think we should lightly abandon the defenses at Osgiliath. Your brother long held those intact. He was like, what do you want me to do, Dad?
It's like, if you want me to go, I will go. If you want me to go and fight, I'll go and fight, even though I know it's a losing battle.
Like, it's overrun. It's like, Dad was like, much must be risked in war. Is there a captain here who still has the courage to do his lord's will? He picks up this cup, right? And Faramir just looks. It's like, you wish now that, I died and Boromir lived. And then Denethor was like,
yes,
I wish that. Pippin's like,
wow.
I love Pippin's face. Like,
Yeah.
That's stone cold.
Pippin's like, holy shit.
Which I had this to upload to YouTube and my TikTok. Damn. And then Faramir just all he says is like, since you were robbed of Boromir, I will do what I can in his stead. Pippin's like, hey, look, listen, like Aragorn already took the dude that killed him.
Mm-hmm.
He just lobbed his head off.
Yeah. Well,
I guess Pippin had been kidnapped by that point, but
he knows Aragorn.
he knows Aragorn.
He knows Aragorn would have done that.
Well, he saw Aragorn after that. Anyway, they briefly reunited. Yeah. And Aragorn's like, hey, yeah, remember that dude that killed Boromir?
Yeah. I chopped his arm off, and then I chopped his head off. Yeah.
So, and then Faramir just looks at him. It's like, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Faramir just looks at him like, if I should return, think better of me, father. And Denethor's like, that will depend on the manner of your return. Like, again,
yeah. Oh. Now, there is a theory on why Denethor seems so crazy.
Okay.
So, traditionally, in like the Middle Ages and stuff like that, which could be, seen as, the time of Middle Earth and stuff like that when all this is going on, because it's very similar. They have knights and whatnot, knights and kings and castles and
yes, right, yeah, obviously.
A lot of the time, their eating and drinking utensils, cups and grails and whatnot, and plates were made of pewter.
Mm-hmm.
And pewter, the acids from certain fruits and vegetables and stuff like that, when it hits pewter, it causes a reaction that is somewhat similar to like mercury poisoning kind of thing, like where a lot of hatters back in the day when they would use mercury in hats,
other kings in the Middle Ages that have done odd things as being a reason why it might have happened. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a theory out there that he's being affected by the pewter.
Okay.
that he's
Or
eating
he's
and
just an
drinking off
asshole.
of. Or he's just an asshole. That's what I would go with personally. I would go with the asshole side of that he's just a dick. But it is a theory that makes sense.
Hey, you could take the pewter theory if you want to. So Faramir leaves solemnly, right? We cut back to Frodo, Sam, and Gollum. And Sam wakes up right after Gollum has dropped the bread.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, hey, where are you sneaking off to?
I'm not sneaking.
Like, Fat Hobbit, always so polite. Smeagol shows some secret ways.
Some
sheer cliffs into secret tunnels next to the scariest place on earth, and they say sneak.
So then Frodo wakes up, and Sam decides that it's time to give Frodo some food. Because Frodo needs some food. So he's looking through the bag, and he can't find the lembas bread.
And he's freaking out. He's like, it's
freaking
gone.
out. He's like, it's gone.
He is
It was
frantically
just here.
looking through this.
Where did the bread go? And
Frodo's like, wait, no, what are you talking about? That's all we have left.
And it's like, I know, but it's not here. It was here when we went to bed.
And Gollum, he's just sitting to the side, looking, all innocent, just scratching his head, scratching his bald head.
Sam looks at Gollum and is like, he took it.
He must have. Sam's making a very valid point here.
Yeah. And then Gollum, he starts arguing that Sam...
I hate that food. I can't eat nasty elf food.
Nasty hobbit food. I can't eat nasty elf food. Look!
And then he goes and he points at the crumbs on Sam's cloak.
Like, he took it!
He took it, stupid fat hobbit.
Always stuffing his face when Master's not looking.
Always stuffing his face when Master's not looking.
And
Sam does not take kindly to this and just calls him, you filthy liar, and he attacks him.
Mm-hmm. He attacks him, and then Frodo gets on Sam. Like, he starts yelling at Sam.
He's like, Sam, no, you can't do this. And he pulls him off, and Sam's like, oh, I'm sorry, Frodo. It's like, it's him. He's putting us against each other, and it's this place.
He's
it's
poisoning
so
your mind.
Dark, it's evil, and it's that thing around your neck. And Frodo's like, wait, what are you talking about?
Smeagol just told me that you were going to try to...
You see this little smile start coming up on Smeagol's face?
Mm-hmm. And then Sam's
how
like,
it slows down.
I know it's quite a burden on you. So maybe if I could just hold on to it for you for a while. Lighten the load.
Share the load.
Share the load.
And I love how it just slows down. Right? And then Frodo's just like, get away! And Sam's like, I don't want to keep it.
Yeah.
Don't want to keep it. And then you see the big grin come on Gollum's face.
And then Frodo just says, Sam, go home.
It's like, you don't mean that. And, Sam's crying. Everybody's crying at this point as Sam is just saying, go home, Sam.
Yeah, Frodo's just, go home, Sam.
You can't help me anymore. And so Sam just starts bawling here at the ledge, and Gollum starts leading Frodo away, and Gollum stares back and smiles.
He looks back at Sam and smiles. And so Sam has no choice but to start climbing down the stairs.
He starts climbing back down the stairs, and we'll get to what he discovers at the bottom of the stairs soon. We gotta go back to another sad scene. Faramir has gotten his armor back. all these soldiers, and they're riding out of the city, and all the people dropping flowers at them, knowing like, yeah, look, they're all about to die.
Yeah.
Like Peter Jackson's kids are there. They look at them.
Yeah, which is weird because they look a lot like those hobbits that Gandalf was telling the story to in Fellowship.
Yes, a lot like them. How do they end up in Minas Tirith?
I don't know, but they look exactly like those hobbit children.
Gandalf catches up. He's like, Faramir, this is madness. You don't need to do this, right? And then I love Faramir. He's like, this is the city of the men of Numenor. I will gladly give my life to defend her beauty, her memory, and her wisdom. Right? Like, he's not going to do it for his father. He's going to do
He's
it
doing it for
Gondor. Gandalf just looks like, your father loves you, Faramir.
And Faramir's like,
remember.
no, he doesn't.
Did you hear what he just said to me in the hall? Like, no, Pippin told me. And so, you get this huge line of cavalry riding out from Minas Tirith back to Osgiliath to try to retake it. Right? And all the orcs, they're ready. And, they're ready and, the charging. And we get back to the hall. And Denethor's eating. And Denethor just looks at Pippin. And Pippin's just standing there. It's like, can you sing, Master Hobbit?
Can you sing, Master Hobbit? And he's like, well, yes. I mean,
well enough for my own.
Well enough for my own people.
But we don't have songs for great halls, evil times, and Denethor was like, why should your songs be unfit for my halls? Come, sing me a song.
Sing me a song.
Now, this was inspired actually by Fran Walsh, right? One of the producers and screenwriters, Peter Jackson's partner, his wife. I guess his partner. I don't think they've ever officially married, but she heard during the early part of the filming him singing like karaoke.
Yeah,
it's like, oh,
and
he's got a really good voice.
You got to sing in this movie.
Yeah, because he doesn't really sing this way for him in the book, but it works perfectly here.
Mm-hmm.
And they wrote this. They were able to kind of take the song from other portions of the book and craft it here for this part of the movie.
Yeah.
So he's chowing down. Like, I love how Denethor, they're like, he's got the chicken, he's breaking the legs and the ligaments, and he's just like tearing just chunks of meat off of it and eating it. He's taking a grape tomato, he bites into it, and the juice just splatters all over
everywhere. He's just eating nasty.
Like, he's just shoving it. He's just shoving it
like a
his
slob.
mouth. And they juxtapose it against his son.
Beautiful song. And this
riding
his son
to
riding to his
these
to
guys
death,
riding
basically.
to their deaths. Yes. And Pippin just starts singing. Rouge, oh yeah. Home is behind, the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread.
Home
Through
is
shadow,
behind the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread. Yeah.
Through shadow,
to the edge of night,
until the stars
are all alight. Mist and shadow.
Cloud and shade.
What's the rest of it?
All shall fade.
All shall fade. It's a very short song.
It's a very short song. And like as he finishes it, right, that's when you just see just the host of arrows just raining down on the cavalry. Right? And tomato juice is spewing down Denethor's face
because he has never heard of a napkin, apparently.
Pippin just hangs his head. We cut to Gandalf. He's sitting by himself. His head's downcast. right? And then we cut, just a quick scene of Osgiliath as they start pushing siege towers across the bridges. They prepare for the siege, right? So, now we cut back. It's been a while since we've been with Rohan. They're gathering everybody at Dunharrow, right? And there he's giving a count of like, okay, how many people do they have so far, right? So I got 300 from here and 500 from here and all this, and now and so Dunharrow, right? It's this massive like field, but then on top of it, like there is this cliff.
Yeah, there's this
that's
cliff
overlooking
with
it, which is where
basically
the
like
king kind of is.
there's this sort of alleyway passing through this cliff.
Yes, an alleyway. But the cliff, the clearing at the top of the cliff there, it's enough. Like the king has his quarters there. This room for his whole court, right? And they can oversee everything out below there for their amassing army, right? And so there he's talking with Aragorn. He's like, right now they have 6,000 strong. Okay, which is actually less than what the Uruk-hai did to siege at Helm's Deep, right? Aragorn's like, that's not a lot, but but there's like, well, more will come, more will come. Aragorn's like, hey, every hour lost hastens Gondor's defeat. Like, it takes a while to ride to Gondor. Like, we need to leave tomorrow morning at dawn, right? And so, as they're talking about this, the horses get restless near that
near that alleyway. That there's basically this fissure in the the side of the cliff.
And and Éomer's there. He's like, oh yes, they grow nervous in this shadow in the mountain. And Gimli looks at like, that fissure there, where does it lead? Legolas knows, like, oh yeah, that's the road to the Dimult, the door under the mountain,
the path of the dead.
And Éomer's like, none who venture there ever return. That mountain is evil. And Aragorn gets entranced by this fissure, and he looks into it, and he actually sees like this so shadowy face that kind of emerges out of it. That's like calling to him. But then Gimli stops him. He's like, hey, yeah, I'm hungry. Let's get some food.
So they step away from the fissure. And then we see that this cloaked figure start approaching the camp.
Well, he's not there yet. But he comes up later in the night. He comes up in the night, doesn't he? Because I think we get a scene first.
You're right. Yeah, he does.
Pippin and Merry and Éowyn.
Yeah, we do.
He's checking on his sword, right? He's all in his gear, right? And he's like, oh, it's not very sharp.
Swinging his sword around, and
he almost slices. He almost gives Éowyn a C-section. He just swipes
she
out.
Barely dodges it, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Yeah. I mean,
it's dull. Anyway.
It's fine anyway. It's dull anyway, so it wouldn't have done any harm.
It's like, well, you won't kill any orcs with a blunt blade.
Go see the smithy.
To the smithy.
And then she pushes him out the door, and he's like running over to the smithy. He's all excited.
And Éomer sees it. He's sitting there with gambling. They're eating, and Éomer's like, "You shouldn't encourage him." And she's like, "What? Like, why not? Why should he doubt him?" And now Éomer gets real. Yeah. He's like, I don't
doubt his heart. I doubt his ability.
Just the reach of his arm.
Just the reach of his arm. Yeah.
And Gambling kind of laughs, and Éowyn's like, why should Merry be left behind? He has much cause to fight. And Éomer gets up in his sister's face. He's like, you know little of war, sister. When fear takes him, and the blood and the screams and the battle take hold, he would run, and he'd be right to do so. Right? And so that's when we start seeing that figure ride up
Yeah.
the zigzagging
Cloaked
of
figure
that cliff.
riding up the zigzaggy road.
And then we get to Aragorn, and he's sleeping, and he's dreaming of Arwen sleeping. And he sees his pendant, right, just fall and shatter. And he wakes up, and he still has that dagger that Celeborn gave him back up. It's just resting under his pillow.
Yeah,
and
he pulls
just
out and
grabs it.
brings it up.
He's like, Lord Aragorn, there's the king bids you.
Yeah.
Like,
the king,
so-
the king bids your presence, and so he's like, oh, okay, I'll be right there.
So he gets dressed, goes in the king's tent, and there's a cloak. He sees this guy cloaked.
There's a cloaked figure over there, and
then he looks at Theoden
and is like, I'll
Theoden
leave you
gives
to
him like
it.
a side eye. He's like, I'm gonna leave you with this dude.
He's like, thanks for coming. I'm going to leave you here so you guys can talk. So Theoden leaves. And this figure pulls the hood back on his cloak, and it's Elrond.
Mr. Anderson.
And so they're talking. And Elrond tells him...
he cuts to the chase. Arwen's dying,
yeah,
dude.
Arwen's dying.
Her fate's now tied to the war. She decided not to take the boats because of you. And so I love how it's like, because Aragorn's just like, she stays because she still has hope. It's like, she stays because of you.
Yeah. So now your only chance, or Arwen's only chance, is for you to accept your destiny.
It's like, and I love, he's like, you ride the war, but not to victory. Right? And then he tells kind of again, like what Gandalf was saying, like, yeah, Sauron's armies are amassing towards Minas Tirith, but there's a fleet of ships that sail from the south. And they'll be in the city in 2 days. You're outnumbered. You need more men. We're like,
There are no more.
left.
We don't have any men. And he's like, there are in the mountain. If you take the path through the mountain.
I love the breeze just goes straight through the tent.
Yeah.
And you see this greenish glow, this face. It's like kind of a half skull, half flesh. Yeah, we're like the traitors. They call in the fight. They believe in nothing. We believe in nothing.
You're a nihilist.
Hey, I know that. Hey, I know
believe
that
in
kid. He's a
nothing.
nihilist.
Carl Hungus.
I didn't realize that Carl Hungus was in this movie.
But yeah, and he's like, they were conscripted by Isildur to come and fight. And when the time came, they ran. They fled.
And so now they are slaved to the mountain, essentially. But they wait to be released. But the only person that can do that is the heir.
The king of Gondor.
And so Aragorn's like, they answer to no one. Then Elrond's like,
they will answer to you.
They will answer to the king of Gondor. And he pulls out
from his robe
He's
a
been
sword.
Concealing this somehow.
Yeah. He pulls out this sword. And we recognize the hilt.
Yes, we do.
It is the sword that was broken.
And then he says, Anduril, flame of the west.
It's Anduril, flame of the
shards
west.
of Narsil. And Aragorn's looking at this. You can tell that his pants are getting a little bit tighter.
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
I mean, it's a good looking sword. It is a beautiful sword.
Yes, it is. It's like, Sauron would not have forgotten this blade.
So he draws it out of the sheath, and there's elvish writing going up the blade.
Yes. And then, he just draws the entire thing. He almost takes off Elrond's face.
Yeah.
He digs Elrond.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll get to that movie.
And then it just focuses on the hilt. And you see the blade. And it just slowly pans up. And it continues, and it continues, and it continues, and it continues. This is a It's a long, long ass blade. And he's just holding it, staring at it. He's like, oh, yes.
Now, in the books, the sword is reforged during Fellowship while they're in Rivendell.
Yes, exactly.
So the reason why, at Weathertop in Fellowship, in the movie, Aragorn comes in with a sword and a torch. You know, his ranger sword and and a torch. In the book, he comes in with 2 torches because even though he has a sword in his sheath, he's got 2 torches because that sword in his sheath is the broken sword. Narsil.
Exactly.
Now, they changed that for the movie. And, you know, so that they could have the big reveal now.
It works.
Return of the King.
It works dramatically like
this. It works. Dramatically, it's excellent the way that they do it in the movies.
So, you know, Elrond just looks like the man.
So he's carrying Andúril from Rivendell, from you know the point where they become the Fellowship of the Ring up until like the end of Return of the King.
It works dramatically and just kind of thematically how they keep building towards him returning as the king, as this being finally, because this next line kind of helps sell it, right? He says like, yeah, the man who can wield the power of this sword can summon to him an army more deadly than any that walks the earth. He just looks like, put aside the ranger, become who you were born to be. And then he just looks at him. He's like, I give hope to the doomed to die. And he says in Elvish, right? And Aragorn's like, I have kept none for myself. And he walks out. He gets himself ready. At first, he's thinking he's going to ride off by himself. And Aragorn looks at him. He's like, why are you leaving? He's like, I got to go. He's like, well, you can't abandon them. We need you here. Everyone's like, why did he come? And everyone's like, do you not know? I want to marry you. Like, I want to jump your bones.
Pretty much.
I caught on to that.
I get it.
But your stew sucks.
I will only marry someone who can make a good bowl of stew.
He's like, I cannot give you what you want.
Yeah.
It's like, but he looks at her. He finally
he's like, I'm kind of stuck marrying this elf because she kind of gave up immortality for me, so I feel like I kind of owe her.
Her dad just gave me this awesome sword.
So I mean, I kind of owe them.
But then, he tries to do it gently at the end. He just says, like, hey, I wished you joy since the first time I saw you. And so she's shocked. She's saddened. And he gets back to his tent. And he's about to leave. But, there's 2 people that aren't going to let him go by himself.
Legolas and Gimli are there. And he tells them, I got to go. Legolas and Gimli are like,
I got to do this alone,
We're going to get our horse ready. We're going to come with you. And Aragorn's like, I got to do this alone.
And then Legolas like, have you learned nothing from the stubbornness of dwarves? And Gimli's like, face it. We're coming with you, laddie.
I love it. I love it when Gimli drops the laddie. Face it, we're coming with you, laddie.
They're going through this fissure, and they're like, wait, the 3 dudes that won us the Battle of Helm's Deep.
Yes, they're all going through here the way that no man who's ever entered has left.
They're leaving us. And Gimli's like they can't just do that.
They single-handedly won the Battle of Helm's Deep.
It's like, we're gonna need them against like in battle. And Tyrion's like, yeah, well, about that.
We're gonna have to do this one alone, boys.
It's like Gimli's like, too few have come. We cannot defeat the armies of Mordor. Tyrion's like, yeah, no, but we will meet them in battle nonetheless.
And that brings us to the end of part 1 of Return of the King. Coming up next is part 2.